Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello everybody, I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line ORI 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. ORI offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. ORI ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
I'm David Jackson. I own Mid-South Dental Lab. I started using Argen 8 years ago. With them being a full facility, it really helps us stay productive and make sure that we're getting everything turned around to our doctors on time. You feel really connected with the company. Can't say enough great things about Argen. It's the consistency with the shades, the consistency of the product. That's why we continue to use the product, making sure that we don't have any shade issues. If we get a crown that we did 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we know that the shade is gonna match. I love that consistency. You can always find cheaper Zirconia, but the reliability that Argen brings, we just keep using that same product to get those same results. Helps us keep that consistency with our doctors.
Hey guys, Minh here. Today I'm speaking on behalf of Argen. They've invited me to share my expertise on artificial intelligence in the dental laboratory space. Really like to have you guys join me. I know there's a lot of noise, lots of hype and excitement around artificial intelligence in the general public. But if you want to see how it can apply to your daily work and workflows that we actually use, practical tools, tips, tricks, and things you can implement on Monday morning, come join me in the Argen Ballroom and we'll talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and how you can use it in the dental lab. Hope to see you there.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. I think we still have a number of people trickling in, but we'll get started. My name is Stephanie Dahl, and I'm the Director of Sales for the western half of the country for Argen, and I have the honor of introducing Minh today. Before I do that real quickly, we are live streaming this presentation, and so for those of you who are online with us, please make sure that if you want your CE that you go onto the YouTube channel and pre-register yourself through the Eventbrite link. And then we would love for you to be interactive with us and submit any questions or comments that you have. And at the end of the presentation, Minh will try to see if we have a little bit of time to go through some of those. And then, of course, for those of you in the room, we can address some questions as well. So with that, it's an honor once again, Minh, to have you. It's always an honor to have you join us. And I'm doubtful that there's anybody in the room who doesn't know Minh, but in case there is, I will just give you a quick introduction. So Minh is an international lecturer, writes articles. He's very active, as you can all see, in the lab space. Minh is joining us from Windsor, Ontario, and is now celebrating 2 decades, 20 years.
You're giving away my age.
Of being in the lab business. So we're excited to have you. This is a great topic, and I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you, Argen, for the invitation. It's always a pleasure speaking on your behalf. So yes, the topic today is understanding the future of AI and dental technology. Just before we start, let's do a full disclosure. There is a lot of AI-generated content in this presentation, so don't be surprised if you see some generated images and a lot of. I actually had AI help me with this presentation as well, put it together. So Stephanie already gave me a little bit of an introduction, but of course this is 20 years for me. I started in the industry in 2006. On a computer using a mouse and keyboard, one of the first 3Shape users. I've used a wide variety of digital technologies. I've been very fortunate to be a beta tester for a number of different digital technologies, including a lot of AI that we use in the industry. So Yeah, that was, I got the costume in my hotel room right now, right? But this is a little bit of fun, you know. I'm sure a lot of us have hopped on to AI, you know, Nano Banana, ChatGPT to hop on there and play with the image generators and try all these different things. But the real burning question I think that everyone's here for is, let's cut right through the noise and ask, will artificial intelligence replace dental technicians? And the answer is, probably not. Your job is likely safe, but with a few small minor caveats, right? And that's what we're gonna kind of cover today. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit more of a background about myself, but of course, this is what we're going to try to cover. Stephanie mentioned it already. I'm a dental technician from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. In the last couple of years, I started a brand new lab from scratch, one-man lab. And so I'm going to take you through that little journey and how AI has kind of helped me over the last couple of years. But then we're going to dive into some more practical AI as well as where it kind of falls apart and what the future outlook looks like. So of course, building the lab, I've been in the industry for 20 years now, but the ability to start over and build with intentions, take all these systems and all the technology and everything that I've learned and all the mistakes over the years, it was very nice to just have a blank slate, a clean slate to really start things from the very beginning. And it was really a culmination of the last 20 years of expertise. But I really wanted to start small. I really wanted to have high standards. I'm very lucky that I work with a number of excellent clinicians all over the world. But building those systems in place and implementing the things that I really liked, but really getting rid of the stuff that I knew didn't work. And of course, building everything with scalability in mind. So of course, Dental Tech Lab is a fully digital lab where we only accept digital impressions. When I started, I had a kind of 6-month outlook where I said, you know what, I'm not going to take a paycheck for the first 6 months. I'm going to really look at my numbers, build everything out. And starting a digital lab, even in today's digital landscape, if you look, this is kind of more estimates more than anything. But in the US, you probably have about 50% intraoral scanner adoption, and then about 35% in Canada where I am. So I'm already kind of handicapping myself by eliminating, you know, a big chunk of clinicians that can't work with me. But it's with the intention, again, of building and growing and understanding that intraoral scanners will eventually grow to the majority of the market. So, of course, it was a one-man lab, and the word outsourcing generally has kind of like a negative connotation associated with it. But really, outsourcing is a way to leverage a manufacturing partner. I actually use Argen as my manufacturing partner. So it really helped buy me time, buy capacity. It was a really deliberate bridge for me, again, in that 6-month period where I was really gonna, you have an idea generally of where you're gonna go with your business. And like I had a projection and an idea, but I really wanted to see that, you know, those numbers were going to match my expectations. So it acted as a deliberate bridge to really leverage the market, the manufacturing expertise that Argen has and the quality that I know that they delivered as a partner in all my previous dental lives. So of course, we also have to look at all the costs and everything like that, you know, the speed, the efficiency, the control, and some of the other things that you kind of sacrifice when outsourcing, right? So the intent was always to in-house everything at some point, but insourcing again with intent, understanding what my production would look like in 6 months to a year. So again, once I looked at my outlook, I said, you know what, well, let's give it about a year. We're gonna see what our total bill looks like, and we're really gonna, and if it makes sense at that point, we're gonna bring it in-house. So what did it really look like? And this is kind of that threshold moment, right? So roughly, I just threw a nice round number. Let's say I spent about $100,000 in my outsourcing bill for milled zirconia, along with everything else. So looking at that, I had a very real number. And you know, we can base all this on a purchase decision on all this, right? I can buy a mill for like $50,000 for the system. I could afford to bring in a part-time employee who can load things up, load the printer. I could get a larger lab space as well to accommodate all that, just to get factor in our lease costs. And then the consumables, I'm actually saving a little bit of money, and then, you know, having all that control, that speed, that efficiency to bring it all in. So you guys are like, okay, well, why is this guy talking about his lab so much? Again, how do we take AI and really turn that into something that can leverage this, right? So what I did actually was, when I went to actually make the purchase decision with Argen, they gave me this really competitive offer, but they also gave me a bonus of 15 free zirconia discs. So I love free stuff, right? I was really fixated on the 15 free zirconia discs. And off the top of your head, you know, A2 is really popular, A3 is really popular, B1. But what I had was this huge set of data on the Argen website itself, right? All my manufacturing went through there, that they knew exactly what shade I use, what material. So I actually went into ChatGPT and I said, hey, ChatGPT, we're going to parse all the data from the Argen website. We're going to put it into a spreadsheet. I want you to actually tell me what I've done in the last year in the category of A2, what I've done in A3, what heights we have by pulling my 3Shape data, and telling me which ones I actually need to order. So here's a little fun little video.
Here's a fun one, how I use ChatGPT for something kind of interesting. So I'm in the process of negotiating a deal to get a mill, and one of the things that they're doing to sweeten the pot is to give me 15 free discs. So instead of just arbitrarily going, you know what, let's get a bunch of A2s, A3s, you know, what else is popular, A1. I actually did, what I did was I went into my 3Shape here, I searched up ST multi-layer, which is what I used for the last year, and it came up with all the orders I did in the last year. And then I went ahead, right click on this, give it a moment just to, because it's 3Shape of course. Right click, print selected, and then you're going to go ahead print to PDF, and this is going to create a PDF file for you that looks like this right here. So I tried throwing this right into ChatGPT. I got really confused. That didn't work. So there's a little trick that you can do to bring PDFs into a format that's easily readable. So you go in here, drop it into Google Drive, open this with the Google Docs, grab this, drop it into a spreadsheet here, and then save this as an Excel or a CSV. And then I went ahead and dropped that into here. So I go ahead, parse this file, and then go ahead and count out how many of each and rank it by how many of each unit goes for which shade. And then of course, I go in there and I tell you know what, skip BL3, BL2 because they overlap with LM2, LM3. Go through, these are the top 15 shades, these are the ones that I should order for the discs, but you know what, I'm gonna be sitting on some of these discs for quite a while. I'd rather maximize my initial and order these one-offs when I get them in. So then I go ahead, you know what, skip these shades that are not very popular, and then distribute those to the most popular and tell me which ones I should order of which. So it goes through and it just makes its own little code, parses everything. It's really neat how it just kind of goes through, counts and sorts everything here, how to allocate, analyzes based on percentages, and then it goes here, so it spits this out. Okay, well, based on this, your proportion of what you've done in the last year, you should order 5 of these A3 discs, 3 of these A2s, 2 A35s, 2 A1s, 1 B1, a D3 disc, and then a C1 disc, which is what I would have probably ordered anyways, but now I actually have data that substantiates what I actually had as a feeling. So it's kind of neat. So now I'm going to go ahead and just plug this in. Let me get these. I can also go in here and base off of, I think, the unit volume. I think that's one of the columns that you're able to do. Height here. So based off of these heights, I could sort this list by height and do the same thing and say, hey, you know what? I have these. Multiply it by a factor of 1.22 for the height. And then tell me what height discs I would need based off of how they offset inside of the disk. And obviously we want to make sure we have enough room in there to nest it so it follows that multi-layer gradient. So yeah, just kind of a neat way to really use our data in a powerful way to maximize the way that we order. So obviously over the course of 2, 3, 4 years and the volumes changing, I'd be able to get a much better idea of what I would actually need to order. So just thought it would be kind of cool to share with you guys, and maybe you find it interesting how we use ChatGPT in ways that don't just have extra long hyphens and generic language.
All right, so that's one way of using AI in the lab, and there's a lot of applications where you can really take the data that you have, either in your lab management software, in your CAM software, and all of that you can plug it in there. The really powerful thing is these large language models understand natural language, right? So it lowers the barrier of entry. You don't need to know how to code. You just kind of have to have like a logical mindset where you go in and say, hey, you know what? I want to get this data out of it. Are you able to help me? Of course, you have to scrutinize that data because it does make mistakes. But if you're very practical with it and you go through it, it works really well. And I've done that with a number of different things. That was just one example. But if we get into more practical uses in the lab of what we have today, I kind of broadly define them in these 4 like large categories of like assistance, pattern recognition, automation, and then faster starting points, right? So not really final decisions. So we'll kind of elaborate on what all that means. So AI really helps, in design assistance. One of the big ones I was involved with was 3Shape Automate. That was all the way back in 2018, so almost a decade now. So we've been using AI in the dental lab space for a very long time. Segmentation, alignment, program like Co-Diagnostics, if you use a lot of planning, their AI segmentation, a lot of other companies with AI as well, really help on the segmentation side, and I'll kind of dive into that a little bit. Scan pre-processing, incomplete bytes, incomplete data, app like Byte Finder, they're very good for that. A huge one I've been using a lot lately, if you do a lot of like remote meetings with your doctors or any kind of screen recordings or consults, I've been leveraging Zoom, and they have other AI note takers, but I'm notoriously bad with remembering things. I have very bad short-term memory. I'll talk to somebody and hang up and then forget what was said. So this is a great way of keeping me accountable. And then we'll touch on patient engagement and things like SmileCloud as well. So I'll kind of go into detail of all the different ones here. You can see here this one is a video we did back in 2018 with 3Shape. So we were beta testing their 3Shape Automate platform, and this was super exciting back in the day. And they've continued to improve on that platform. The latest version of 3Shape Automate, of course, is actually now integrated with your dental system. So now it's no longer like it still is a discrete platform that you can still upload things to. But if you have dental system 24 or 25, you'll see in that latest update that the crowns automatically will be uploaded, and you're able to just check the designs, and it comes in for free based on your license. There is that little caveat of fair use limitations. So there is like a kind of a volume limitation, but most people won't hit that. It's very nice because automatically everything just gets uploaded. You can just go in there, right click, view it, and it's fairly quick as well. So most of the time, I'll be brutally honest, I reject the designs. I still think the human design looks a little bit better. We have like a little bit of nuance in that, but I'll touch base on kind of the human versus machine generated, subjective things in a little bit later. There's plenty of other assistances, right? So I'm also a key opinion leader for Stegall. We did some beta testing for their Genera platform, which is for taking just basic models, plugging them into their platform, and it just will automatically build models for you. It'll generate models with articulator attachments, will automatically nest in your 3D printer as well. So this is a great platform. Like, I know 3D models specifically, building is kind of a pain in the butt. So this is a great way to make things a little bit more seamless in your lab. ExoCAD also has their version of their AI assistance. It's built into their dental CAD. It uses a monthly credit system. You can always top it up as well. I don't have much experience with this, but I thought just for completeness, we'd include it in here. But as well, these are all the different CAD platforms, CAD design platforms that are available to us out there. So it's really hot topic. There's some that are kind of more focused on the clinical side of things. There's more general lab, but yeah, this is a very hot topic, very competitive as well, which I like to see, because ultimately what that does is it pushes the prices down on all these platforms, or it makes them, they always try to differentiate themselves one way or another. So competition in this space is very good. The next practical use, I use this pretty much daily. We do a lot of implant planning, of course. So implant planning, segmenting out. Who here does implant planning? Okay. Who likes segmenting out things manually? Have you ever had like a CBCT come in and you have a hard time, the tissue is just maybe not quite right? So I had one actually yesterday that came in, and the maxilla on the initial CBCT, you look at it and it just looked like it was empty, right? And we dropped it into Co-Diagnostics, and they have their AI assistant. Once you load it right up, within about 30 seconds, it goes up to their servers. They use their AI to pre-process everything, and it brings it back down, and the segmentations are absolutely beautiful. So if you have like, metal crowns in there, Zirconia, things that cause scatter, it's able to segment things out in such a way that it would take me hours to do in a matter of as little as 30 seconds sometimes. And then it has automatic alignments as well. They have automatic tooth extraction, and a lot of the other planning softwares as well have a segmentation. So it's a wonderful, wonderful tool. Byte Finder is another one that's really cool. I was introduced to them a number of years ago. And it was a very cool tool to use for byte alignments.
3Shape in their latest version actually introduced their own AI byte alignment, so I've actually kind of transitioned back to 3Shape for it. Bytefinder, they've also kind of changed their pricing model to like a larger subscription. I preferred it initially when it was like more of like a pay-as-you-go, because again, for a small lab like me, it doesn't really make sense to get such a large subscription. To pay per case, it made more sense. So it was unfortunate that they switched it, but now 3Shape introducing this AI byte alignment, I actually showed it in my presentation yesterday, and we aligned the two, and they're actually identical the way that the AI found the byte versus Bytefinder. So 3Shape is an option that's free. I mean, you're paying it with your license, but you're not paying anything additional. So we're going to see a lot more of this, scan pre-processing, scan cleanup, getting all the data correlated in a way that via AI. And then again, I'm like putting out fires all day long, running around, picking up phones, trying to answer phone calls. So I'll get on the phone with the doctor, I'll promise them something unrealistic, and then, my front desk will say, hey, you know what, this case is due tomorrow. And I go, okay. And they said, you promised them it would be there? I'm like, yeah, I probably did, but I didn't write it down anywhere, right? So now when we do these Zooms and, I make all these promises, automatically I have it CC'd to the front desk, to the office, to their assistant as well. So everybody's on the same page. And it's absolutely incredible because some of my clients say, you know what, I actually have to be really careful what I say to you because that AI writes down everything. So it's really, really good because you can go back and you just go through the summary, and it's a great tool. And then, of course, patient engagement. So Smile Cloud is a really cool one here for smile designs. We do this quite often where we do a smile design, but based off of just a photo. This is not video taken prior or anything like that. It's just from one photo, they generate these patient engagement videos through generative AI, and it's a really cool thing. It's kind of novel, but in terms of getting a patient better accepting a case, it's one extra tool in the toolbox there. So those are generally where AI is categorized in, but they're pretty good. But where does AI still fail, right, or doesn't? So we're gonna play a little game here. Let me just get things set up a little bit. Get your phones out, guys. And we're going to play a game of real or fake. Okay, I'm going to put a QR code up on the screen here. Okay, give me just a moment to get this all started up. Scan that QR code in. It's not going to steal any of your information, I promise. Wait for everyone to get logged in. Okay, and then go ahead and vote. Let me know if you think this photo here is real or if it's AI. All right. Anybody want to chime in why you think it's real or why it's AI? Oh, 50-50. All right, let's see. We need some more tiebreakers here. We'll give it a few more minutes. Anybody online, maybe they want to vote in as well. It's 50-50. It's split right down the middle, okay. 56, 44. Okay, more people are saying real. I'll wait a few more seconds, see if anybody else is putting in their response here. All right, I think we can call it at this point. So I'm going to lock in the answers. Well, let's see. Okay, so 55% of people are saying it's real, 46% are saying it's AI. Moment of truth. It is indeed a real picture. I took this picture myself. All right. So let's move on to the next one here. Let me just reset the poll real quick. Delete the response here. All right, we're going to go on to the next one here. Delete responses. We're going to restart the poll. Give me just a moment here. Okay, it should be live now. Okay, real or AI? Okay. So I don't see much movement. I'm going to give it 10 more seconds before I lock the responses here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going to lock the responses now. So 54% of you believe it's real, 46% of you believe it's AI. And it is, in fact, fake. It's a real case. It is a real case. That is one of the cases I worked on. But all I told AI was to apply a realistic texture to it. All right, so let's clear the responses for the next one. Go here, delete responses. Give me just a moment here. Give you guys a moment to be discerning on the details of this one here. Delete response. Okay, the poll is starting now. All right. I'll give it 5 more seconds here. I think we have a clear consensus here. Maybe not. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So 62% of you are correct in that it is, in fact, a real photo. Okay, we'll do one last one here. Okay. Let me delete these responses. And we're going to start this one here. All right, real or AI? Okay, we got 42. We had roughly about 50 responses in the other one, so if we get close to 50, I'll call the poll. But I think you guys have gotten really good at this game. It is, in fact, a fake photo, and this one I put into Nano Banana, and that's the prompt right there, right? So very photorealistic, very nice, soft diffused lighting of an anterior maxillary incisors and canines. The adjacent teeth are very nicely shaped, nice but not overdone saturation of the colors. But you know what? If nobody asked you this, would you really think twice about, is this real or AI? No. So visually, the point of that is visually, it can actually produce things that are very convincing. So the visual realism is there. If we talk about precision, precision has been there for over 20 years now. We can produce things in micron level accuracy. Machines are far more accurate than humans are. So the precision isn't really an argument of AI failing either. And then missing pieces is where I think the gap is between where AI and the actual production of things is it's missing the dexterity, it's missing human flexibility, and it's missing the proper tooling for it, right? So the next kind of bridge, the next wave for it really is robotics, both in the lab and the clinic, to really bridge that gap where human hands no longer are the deciding factor of producing restorations. So this is a fun little video somebody posted online. And you hear it all the time. Elon Musk says, we're going to have our Optimus robots up and running and fully autonomous in 2 years. He's been saying full self-driving for over a decade now and still hasn't happened, right? So it will get there at some point. It will probably not look like it in this form, per se. But I'm going to give you a few examples of what I think the future will look like, right? And real practical examples of what we see today and where it's going to project to, right? So we have deeper CAD integration in those tools. We have automation, we have better communication, and of course, robots nowadays can prep veneers, they can place implants, and with fine motor skills, they can produce anything. So again, that leap from going from something inside of a computer to outside is that gap where robotics really closes that. So I remember, it's funny actually, 20 years ago, I started in the lab, and I was the CAD technician, right? I was the guy making copings, and I remember some of those old, crusty, mean technicians would say, oh, your fancy copings are really nice, but AI will never make a denture. I remember distinctly them saying that, and it's funny how yesterday I actually lectured about digital dentures and how it's taken over pretty much. So the same thing, that argument of, AI can't do aesthetics. Don't make that dangerous claim. because you can see here, so this one here is posted up by Professor Marcus Blatz, a veneer prepared by a robot, actually. And it's actually really cool because it implements very much the same things we see in dynamic guidance for guided implant surgery. This technology is not new. They're just implementing it in such a way that they're, instead of using a drill, they're using the tracking of both the patient's head and the tracking of the drill to actually prepare the veneer based off of a design. So again, if a robot can prepare a veneer, why wouldn't a robot be able to finish a veneer? You look at another one here. This is a very hot one, the Yomi robot placing implants, right? And I went to IDS last year, you know, you wander around the show floor. One of the really compelling ones that I saw there was a system by IMS Core, the Core iTech Mythos. So this is a hybrid system where they essentially, you know, can mill things out, but it's also a finishing system. So you can
Hi,
see here.
you want to see what's next in dental CAD/CAM? This is Core iTech Mythos, the world's first automated manufacturing system for highly aesthetic restorations, combining additive and subtractive technology for the first time in one system. It's a real revolution for dental labs and clinics, bringing you less manual work, highly custom restorations, and the possibility to process a wide variety of materials in one system. So if you want to learn more about Mythos, contact us or visit us here at the booth.
So again, it's getting close to really bridging that gap. Those tools, that dexterity, that precision is there. The ability to get something that looks really aesthetic out of the machine and then plugging it into something like this, it's very compelling to see. So what's likely to change, you know, and what's likely not? So there's really no replacement for experience and expertise, right? Your expertise is still trumps. If you played around with ChatGPT or any of these programs for a long time, you start chatting with it. It starts hallucinating. Things start falling apart, right? And you're always, if you ask it a very specific dental question, it sounds super confident, but it's not the right answer more often than not, right? If you know, in real practical terms what we're working with, the great sounding answers are exactly that. They're just patterns that they're just trying to repeat. Accountability really still remains a human responsibility, right? You can't blame AI for anything. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we are the gatekeepers and the deciders of what actually goes out the door, right? So we need to be the ones remaining accountable when we are leveraging AI for all this stuff. Clinical constraints, there are hard limits, right? No matter what AI proposes, you need to look at it, you need to really control the outcome and look at it and say, you know what, biologically or based off of my expertise, this is what's actually gonna work. And then material realities, right? There are excellent material reality, like material simulation programs out there, probably nothing accessible to us at the moment. But those simulations, they don't really hold up to the real world. Your expertise, again, in material science, how these materials actually handle, what it feels like in your hand, still really make a big difference. And then, of course, you can always leverage relationships built on trust, right? I'm still a firm believer in relationships with my clients and the relationships that I've built over the years. And there's strength in that, right? The ability to augment how we, again, via Zoom or via note-taking or via communication, the way we augment our relationships with AI is great, but that human connection is still very, very important. So AI, the main point of that is, of course, it's not a replacement for human. It really should augment and enhance your own existing capabilities. And that's really how I've always taken AI as when working with it. So even, it's funny, everyone jokes with me that I've spoken a lot this year and I've made a bunch of presentations. And I'll be completely honest with you guys, I used a lot of AI to help me build that many presentations. It got me to the same point where I would be, but it just got me there a lot faster, right? If there's something that's not authentic to you, there's things that you can generate that you're just like, you know what, this is not something I can present or not something I feel comfortable with. You really need to still reel it in. But as long as AI is producing something that is, truly you, that you feel that you would have gotten to at some point, and it just got you there faster, I don't see personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. So the ability to augment and enhance our own capabilities, I think, is where AI really shines. And data rights and responsibility. So we're going to go through, some of the ethics behind all of this stuff for AI. There's a lot of questions about, how we handle all this stuff. When we put all this stuff up in the cloud, what's happening with your data? Most of these platforms are offering it to you for free. So the old saying, if something's for free, then you're probably the product, right? They're likely using your data for training. You're probably agreeing to, putting all that information up there. And we have to be very careful because we are working with patient health data, right? And that's private information. So we got to know, where is it stored, for how long, what's it used for? Is it being trained for models? The last thing you'd want is you put something up there that's private, and then in 5 years, a patient's face is automatically generated or something like that related to them, and then it gets tracked back to you, right? So we want to minimize our liabilities as well. So who can access it? Can the humans working in the company, other contractors? If it's a public or like a lower free tier, typically if it's a free tier, all that stuff is publicly available, right? So you want to make sure that if you're using these platforms sometimes, making sure that either you're using an enterprise mode or an opt-out option or something more premium that your data is remaining safe in one way or another. So again, I touched on this already, but yeah, free tools, they're monetizing your data usage either by selling your data or by improving their own models, right? So assuming any scans, any photos, any prescriptions, any notes, everything is sensitive. So again, if you wouldn't email to a stranger, if you wouldn't talk about it, or you really want to just not paste it into a public AI tool. So really dive into the details of those AI tools. The other thing, of course, is having a policy really set in place for data hygiene. If you can classify all your data, okay, well, this stuff is public safe. These are generic questions. We can definitely just plug that into AI, no problem, right? How many teeth do children have? Because to this day, I still know how to count pediatric teeth. So you can ask that question, that's fine, right? Those are generic, very safe questions. Internal only data, like prices, processes, internal, trade secrets or anything you want to keep private, be very cautious about what you plug in there because those templates could, be dispersed throughout the model. And then, of course, patient-sensitive data, these are probably a no-go, don't put this stuff in there. Again, unless that platform has a specific agreement in place. So for example, we do use SmileCloud. We upload their photos in there. We upload their scans. We upload CBCTs, scripts, and everything like that. But of course, SmileCloud is a dental-specific platform. It is owned partially by Straumann Group as well. So they make sure their agreements are bulletproof in a liability sense. So making sure that whichever platform you are using, if you are uploading patient-sensitive data to it, it is compliant with whatever privacy laws there are there. So removing any identifiers, if you still want to put it up there, remove any identifiers, get rid of names, date of birth, any chart numbers, any patient details, anything like that. Crop the images where you can, if you can remove, the eyes, remove anything like that, just putting in the data that you need. Don't upload a full case folder, drop it in there, and unless again you have, like I said, explicit agreements or any kind of encryption in place. And then, building out actual SOPs, having your entire team educated on it, just putting a policy out there everybody signs of, hey, this is what our policy is in our lab, what can be used and where, making sure that it's enforceable as well, making sure that you're following up with your vendors saying, hey, are you guys using AI? What are you doing in terms of storage? Where are you training things? Are you, using any of our data for future retention or anything like that? So, and making sure you have control, excuse me, over that data. So the default is always to be a little bit more cautious and limiting your liability, keeping that patient data safe. Again, we are health professionals at the end of the day. It's really cool, you know, the technology and everything like that, but the patient data really does need to be secured in an ecosystem whenever we can. And then full AI disclosures, right? So at the very beginning of my presentation here, I did make a disclosure because we're going to see this a lot more. Now that you guys have seen that that photo up there was, you know, convincingly photorealistic, you're going to start doubting. You go, okay, well, did this guy actually make this, or was it an AI-generated photo, right? And it just kind of sows those seeds of doubt. So disclosing this up front, it really does, you know, gain people's trust. And just saying, you know what, there are things that I am doing with AI, but these things are real. And making sure you label all your photos, everything that you post online, and keeping yourself accountable. You know, transparency is never a bad policy at all. And then, you know, keeping documentation for all this stuff and disclosing all of that stuff in presentations like this, even to on the bottom of an invoice if you're sending things out. If you are using 3Shape Automate, if you're using any kind of AI segmentation, just putting it on the invoice or in the patient's case record that just says AI-assisted tools may have been, you know, used to support our workflow, but final review remains in the approval of the technicians, right? So at least they have that in there. It's, again, you want to keep it, you know, clear, defensible language. Keep it simple and straightforward so people understand the transparency associated with it. So again, if you are using it for patient communication, labeling on, like you saw on that video there with the Smile Cloud Yes, it does say these are AI-assisted videos only used for patient communication. It is only a concept preview. And again, reinforcing, you know, that these are just generative results. The final outcome definitely depends on a lot more than just a photo. So, you know, records, materials, and everything like that, making sure everybody understands that the AI is just kind of a starting point and not the final outcome. We still control that. And the guardrails is really the important thing. Even inside the models, they all have guardrails, because if you play with a lot of these models, which I spent a lot of time doing, if you kind of crank up the algorithm, some of them have like a little bit of control where you can use like more, take away some of the controls or the guardrails, and then it really kind of goes wild and the outputs are really random. So the guardrails in place in the models, but us finally as the ultimate guardrail is where it's really important, right? So automation without oversight just becomes a liability. You can't just blindly download things. You can't just automatically have everything automated to go into manufacturing. There needs to be checks and balances all the way throughout the process, and a human really checking. It's a non-negotiable that a human does check these things at all the key critical touch points to make sure that we are, you know, again, minimizing liability at the end of the day. So the goal, like I said before, is to get faster to the finish line, right? So make us more efficient, make our jobs easier. It's not about doing hands-off dentistry or putting things on autopilot. So AI, in terms of key takeaways, AI is already really good enough to fool your eyes. The remaining gap, like I said before, is the hands, right? The robots don't quite have the hands or the flexible tools that we have available to us just yet. So that transition is going to happen at some point. It may happen sooner or rather than later, but that remains to be seen. For now, using all those practical tools that I did show you earlier, you know, to compress the steps, not to replace the technician, right? Again, who here is looking to hire somebody, has a standing, you know, we're recruiting, we're looking for somebody, right? We're always looking for good talent, but even leveraging AI so you're able to use your existing talent in more important areas. You know, having somebody build models, nobody likes building models. Nobody likes doing all the mundane little things. So having AI take care of those steps where they can, where we can have human capital working on the more important things, that is the very powerful thing about here. So your job really does evolve from, you know, making things to directing outcomes. You're defining what the intent is. You're telling the AI what you want to do. The humans will be validating things, right? We're going to be doing QC. We're going to be managing those fringe cases, all those exceptions, those little things, the intangibles that really make your business what it is and what it stands out. And I always repeat it, you know, AI it predicts, but you know, technicians are the one that ultimately decide. And I heard a quote recently on a podcast, and it was very, very compelling. You know, AI is you're not gonna lose your job to AI. If you are gonna lose your job, you're gonna lose it to somebody using AI. So with that, we can open up the floor to questions. I'm going to hop on YouTube as well, I think, if anybody had any questions. But in the meantime, any audience questions as well? Happy to field some. Yes? So that's really tricky. Okay, the question, even on YouTube, the question is, do we have any note takers that we can use for phone calls as well? So the problem with that is also, again, consent, right? If you're two-party, one-party consent, as long as there's apps that you can actually download on your phone. So if you go in the App Store and then you just want to, it'll automatically, but you just need to, just on the phone say, hey, you know what? Is it okay if I record this phone call just for our records? We can give you a transcript as well, but you can look on the App Store. I haven't tried any, but I have looked into it briefly. So that, yep. Say it again? Firefile? Firefly, okay. So Firefly. Dialpad? Okay, all right. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome, Dialpad. Okay, so Firefly Dialpad for phone AI documentation. They have AI features in there as well, or? Oh, very cool, very cool. Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, and then I'm going to switch over to our YouTube stream here. Actually, let me just see if we have it on. I had it on my phone earlier. If you have any questions or comments in here, give me a moment.
Are you using anything for single unit abutment design?
Single unit abutment design. So True Abutment does they have like their AI platform, the True Suite. But really, the abutment design, I'm very particular about how my emergence profiles look. So I still do them manually, right? So and I have my technicians, same thing. When we're designing it, I'm very specific about how the emergence lines up with the crown. So it definitely could be done though.
You just do the emergence profile design. I've got an old school technician. He carves big tissue.
Around the tissue and everything.
We just manually that.
Yeah. So it's funny actually. So in co-diagnostics, they have what they call tooth removable, right? And then what you do is you're actually overlaying the teeth. You have your alveolar socket, and then what you do is you plug it in. The AI will actually remove the tooth, fuse it with the root, and take it out, and then it'll actually create a custom emergence profile. So if you want to do custom healing abutments, it'll be based off of that. So the co-diagnostics AI. We had another question.
What about AI tooth setup for dentures and All-in-X?
So thankfully, it's not there yet. That's a lot of data still, but it will get there. The AI is so good at recognizing patterns. I actually wrote an article. I had just a screenshot up there. But if you understand really how these generative models work, right? What all they're doing is you're just plugging in a set of data. It's pulling all the point clouds from it, and it's just recognizing that this bunch of dots that looks like this should line up with this bunch of dots. And that's kind of layman's terms how it works when they're training these models. There's obviously a lot more nuance to it. But essentially, if you have a large set of 100,000 full arches, which a lot of larger companies probably do, you plug that into an AI model and say, hey, you know what, we have all of these full arches, try and find us and generate us a model of what our full arch setup should look like. It can do that very easily, right? So I don't know of any yet. I think they're still working on singles, multiple, like little 3-unit bridges, things like that. But somebody just needs to pull the trigger really, and it could happen overnight. So, yes, sir.
How many staff members do you have? How are you teaching them how to use this, and how do you follow up to see it's being used correctly?
So I have a staff of 1.5. I'm the one. I have like I said, when I got the mill there, I got a part-time guy in there. He's doing all the milling and printing and loading things up. I also have a remote designer that I have from overseas, and I'm training her. She's specific. She's exclusively designing for me. But so everything I do, actually, it's funny because there's this one called. I just downloaded the app not too long ago. Not Slides AI. It's basically a system where you can go through. It'll screen record everything that you have step by step. And it'll just Scribe AI. That's what it was. So Scribe AI, you go through I'll just whenever I have a case, I'll just drop one to her, right? And we do it via Dropbox, and we'll go through and I'll do the QC on it. So when I do and I'm checking her work, I'll just go through and say, hey, This one here, the emergence profile, you know, we wanted it a little bit thinner this way. We wanted a little bit more support on the inside. So I'm recording this as I'm, you know, redesigning it, and it's now built into the Scribe AI. And then now you have an SOP written for that single abutment workflow. And then for the next one, let's say, you know, we want our interiors to look a specific way. We like to use Lee Culp's library, for example, right? And they use something different. Okay, well, for this one here, we're going to take a decision tree. I'm going through, I'm designing it. We're going to use this library for this specific reason. Now you have an SOP for that. So the AI SOP via Scribe is really, really cool because all of the stuff that you're doing, you know, case intake or anything like that, any contextual things, to be able to build out these systems in a very efficient way, and then, you know, disseminate it to your whole team, it's absolutely excellent. Yes, sir.
How are you managing integration? That's kind of the next big thing. I've got all these individual AI systems, all these individual,
Yep.
auto nesting, and the next piece is how do I streamline that together?
Yeah, so it's funny actually. So agentic AI is kind of the big, you hear like the term agentic AI. And really what that is AI agents. They're just being instructed to do something, right? So agentic AI is really the next big thing we're gonna see in the general AI space. And it's funny actually, I had a little example in here where I was gonna show you guys a little bit of agentic AI, but in the interest of time, we might be able to do, actually, let's do it. Do we have can we put the screen back up here? Okay, I'm gonna go into Perplexity here. All right, and we're going to go here. All right, so I'm going to dictate to the computer for a second. Can you go to argen.com, order me an A2 ST multi-layer 16 millimeter by 98, and put it in the cart and check out with next day shipping? Do that again. So it gets a little bit picky because the pronunciation. Let's try that one more time here. Go to the argen.com website, order me an ST-A2 98 by 16 millimeter, and next day shipping. And of course, there. Oh, really? And this is why I didn't include this in here. But you know, we have a few minutes here. Let's try it one more time. Go to the argen.ca website and order me an Argen ST Multi A2 98 by 16 millimeter. Next day shipping, please. Okay, that didn't work. The whole point of it, though, is these AI agents, they're able to contextually go in. They're able to click things. They're able to add things to cart. They're able to, if you have a screen control one, they're building agentic AI that can control your windows, right? So what it's able to do then, if you tell it contextually, hey, you know what, we have all of our stuff in our manufacturing directory, and you just run this script, pull from our manufacturing directory at this point, and then you're going to nest it inside of our CAM, right? And then they have AI CAM, so connect with this agent that's able to nest things for you. You guys have a nesting thing, right, internally, right? So same thing. And then at the same time, you know, check our stock or whatever it may be, and then once it's done that part, you know, if we start bringing in automation and machining, okay, when these are done, have the robotic arms take them out, put them and move. So the agentic AI is able to do those little human in-between steps that are not well defined by machines, right? So it's, yeah.
So agentic is really kind of move the mouse.
It's the gap. Well, agentic is just, you're telling that agent to do something. You're giving it a task, and it gets really good at that, right? So you're training it with an SOP even, right? So you take that SOP, you plug it into the agent, and it now understands. So I could say, you know what, I have 100 cases coming in through Itero. We're going to train you what we do on our Itero check-ins. We're going to download the files. We're going to use the 3-shape output.
We have to extract the folders, and then we're going to import them into our 3Shape. So all of that can be done by the AI agents. Yeah. So it's like I showed you, I'm kind of bummed that it failed. The couple times I tried it, it did go through. But it's really cool because eventually it will get better, right? All right, any other questions? I didn't see any online either. I didn't see a chat. All righty, well, thank you guys so much for your time. Appreciate you joining us.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line ORI 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. ORI offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. ORI ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
we could do a test real quick.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. Great to see everyone. Hello, hello.
Just a couple.
Anton Woolf. Excited to be here.
Great. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals and giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
What it can output. So we can embrace all the innovation, but not to replace the hand of the technician. We're only here to elevate it.
Hi, I'm Anton Woolf, CEO and co-owner of the Argen Corporation,
and I am so excited to have you here at our first ever live stream, joining our presentation on scaling your business. So I've been at Argen now for just over 25 years, and in that 25 years, I've seen some of the traps that business leaders fall into in trying to scale our business. So during today's presentation, we're going to walk through some of those traps, and I'm going to share how we at Argen are overcoming those traps to scale our business, to become even more successful, and to help you, our customers, succeed in your labs. So join me just a few minutes to learn how to scale your business. Okay, wow, I did not know that was coming up, so that was exciting. So that takes care of my intro. So first of all, thank you for joining. Thank you for coming and spending some time with us here at Argen and allowing me to share some of what's happening with us and scaling your business for success. So I guess I just introduced myself, but I'm going to reintroduce myself. I see some familiar faces, but some new faces. So welcome. I'm Anton Woolf. I'm the CEO and co-owner of Argen. I've been here for 25 years, and I'm a second generation. So it was actually my parents were the founders of Argen over 50 years ago in South Africa, and today my wife, Julie, and I run Argen together as the co-owners. I am a proud father of 4 incredible daughters. Sorry, something's happening here. And very proud of what we're doing here at Argen, and I'm excited to share some of our learnings with you today, okay? So I'm hoping that we can have interactive, or we can ask questions, but what usually happens is I start flying and I get very excited, and then it's the end. So raise your hand. I think there's a microphone running around if you have any questions. I know we're live streaming at home, but it's just excited to have you all here. So what I wanted to do was start with technical issues. Something we promote a lot at Argen. We talk about growth. And we have this circle of growth that we encourage all of our team members and our family members at Argen. We talk about personal growth, and we say, look, every year we should all be growing personally. And if we can grow personally, then we will start to grow professionally. And if we grow professionally, I promise you the business will start to grow as well. And what happens when the business starts growing? We got to start the cycle all over again. We got to start growing personally, growing professionally, and the business will grow. And it's the circle of growth that continues that we reinforce. But unfortunately, who likes growth? Okay. Who likes growth to happen with other people, but not so much yourself growing, right? There's this great thing, I want growth, but I don't want to grow. Growing's hard, and growth is hard. So I'm going to share a little bit about our Argen Sales Conference in 2021, okay? And I actually pulled up slides from our conference in 2021. We had just come off. It was COVID time. It was a bit of crazy times, but we were thriving, and we were excited and energetic. And I said, what will Argen look like in 2025? And this was my strategic plan, so to say. Okay? We're going to be the most innovative and exciting company in the dental industry. We're going to have high-quality products. We're going to have successful customers, happy and inspired employees, diversified product range, a great place to work. We're going to be private and family-owned, and we're going to have a high-performing leadership team. Right? So this was our plan. And everyone was like, yes, rah, rah, rah. And then I showed some statistics. Hey, this is a breakdown of where we are in our business units today, and this is where we're going to grow, and we're going to change our company. And when people asked how we're going to change, this is what I came up with, okay? Number 1, we're going to have the highest sales and EBITDA in the history of Argen. We will have more employees than ever before, and we are firing on all cylinders, okay? So how do we become the most innovative and exciting company in the world? We execute on our current objectives. Like, everyone's like, yes, we got this. Does this seem like a good strategic plan? No. Aspirational, maybe. Encouraging, like, yeah, we're all going to get behind you. And when I look back now, almost 5 years later, I'm growing as a CEO. We're growing as a business. And I found this to be as incredible as I thought it was. It's very high level. Aspirational, yes. Like, we're going to follow you, Anton. Like, this is going to be amazing. We're going to go. But execute on current objectives? Well, what about the future? What about 3 years? What about 5 years, right? Did anyone notice a certain lack of details? Like, we're going to grow. Yes. How are we going to grow? Oh, more customers, right? Very high level, very aspirational. And the worst thing that I took away from my presentation, just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, that's not growth. That doesn't sound like growth. There's no strategic plan, no blueprint, no commercial strategy, and no innovation strategy. So I found these 3 common traps. Okay? Number 1, do you have a plan? And the business owner said, yes, I have a strategy and an annual budget. Okay? Second trap, is your team aligned and ready to execute on this plan? Yes, absolutely. Everyone knows what we're doing. I've shared our strategy. Everyone knows exactly what our goals are. Number 3, have you considered outsourcing? And this is Argen. This isn't even labs. And yes, I've thought about outsourcing and using third parties, but I'd rather do it on our own. I want to control I want to have everything in-house. So who do you think this business owner was? Anton Woolf in 2019. This is exactly, if you came to me, I would have said, yes, we have a plan, we have a budget. Yes, everyone is aligned and ready to go. And yes, we don't really want to outsource. We want to do everything ourselves. Okay? So here we are. Trap number 1 that I find with us and what I've learned is we never had an evergreen strategic plan. And I'm going to talk about this, right? Because I love this quote by Jim Rohn. Success is 20% skills and 80% strategy. You might know how to succeed, but more importantly, what's your plan to succeed? Okay? So I feel like so many of us are in the details. We're in our business. We know our customers. We know our products. We are so in that we say we're going to grow, and we'll make it happen. And each year, we'll grow incrementally. Okay? So what happens is we think we have a strategy. Okay? We think we have a plan. We think we have a budget. So number 1, we have aspirational goals, but very few business leaders have, or we didn't have, talking from experience, a multi-plan, detailed strategic plan. Okay? So what does that mean? We have an aspirational plan, but every year, what are we going to do this year? Okay, we're going to grow this, we're going to grow here, we're going to hire this, we're going to buy this machine. Okay? So what happens is we create these annual plans, and we get very specific. Okay? So we're going to grow Zirconia discs by 5%. We're going to grow our digital business by 6%. We're going to grow all our business units by certain percentages. Okay? How? What CapEx are we going to need? Not this year, right? In 3 years, in 4 years, in 5 years, what are we going to need in order to accomplish this goal that we're setting for ourselves? So what ends up happening, and I found this with us, is we make short-term decisions based upon opportunities in front of us. Okay? So here's a new opportunity to sell to a new doctor. Here's a new opportunity to sell a new product. And we jump on those. And we end up doing things very short term for the next year. And what happens to us is these decisions lead to incremental year by year growth, but don't allow us to scale properly. Okay? And this is absolutely from personal experience. We grow every year, and we feel good about it. But it's not easy growth, right? And I see a lot of you nodding, right? Like you grow, and then you're like, oh no, we have to catch up with our growth. And then we grow, and then we catch up with our growth. And what I've recognized, and I'll share the story of how it came to be, is when we plan our business year by year, we grow incrementally. And I will look at our sales and profitability. We grow, and then we have like a little dip. And then we grow, we have a little dip. I call that the catch-up year, right? Because we didn't scale appropriately. But if we can plan a multi-year strategy, and I'm going to give you a hint that's going to come up, you're allowed to change it, right? It's this fear of having to get everything perfect that stops us from putting, well, I don't know what's going to happen in 1 year, but just put your best down. That will allow you to continue to update that strategy. And I believe for us at Argen, with this multi-year approach, we plan to start growing exponentially. Okay? So I love this analogy. Imagine we've all been brought on board to build a skyscraper. Okay? And we're like, okay, this year, we're just going to build the first floor. And the second year, we build the second floor. And then the third floor. Well, what foundation do we need, right? What building materials do we want? What's it going to look like at the end after we've built it? It's completely, like, you think it would be crazy. That's the exact same thing with our businesses. I think sometimes we get into this trap of, what do I want to do this year? We'll worry about next year, right? And I'll grow incrementally each year. So Justin Gates, who's our new commercial leader, sitting in the back, give a little wave, hello, joined us, and we call him our strategy ninja, okay? So he came in the first day, and he says, Anton, walk me through Argen's strategy. And I'm like, oh, this is great, I'm so excited. Here's our strategy, here's what we're going to do, here's how we're going to grow, we're going to do all these great things. He looks at me, he's like, these are all tactics. There is no strategy in this. I was like, yeah, strategy, tactics, it's the same, right? So he spent a good maybe 2 months interviewing me, talking to me, bringing out many of my ideas that were in my head. And from that, we were actually able to create our evergreen strategic plan, okay? So I want to share with you kind of our transition from a aspirational goal with annual tactics and annual goals to more of an evergreen strategic plan, okay? And I can assure you, the only way you can really scale is when you are looking 3, 4, 5 years ahead and you are planning for growth. So what is a multi-year strategic plan? First thing that Justin asked me is, who do we want to be, okay? What are our core values? What's our mission, vision? And what are our corporate principles? What do we stand for? And it was interesting because I viewed our core values as one set and our strategy as over here, as maybe 2 separate discussions, so to say. Hey, let's talk about our corporate values, our mission, vision, and here's our strategy. And he said, no, it's the same. How can you have a strategy if you don't know who you want to be and what your core values are and what your corporate principles are, okay? So that's number 1. Number 2, details, details, details. So we're going to grow our fixed department by 3%. That's not detailed. We are going to grow this doctor by this much at this average selling price, and we're going to get this many new doctors at this average selling price at this point in the year. Okay? Details, details, details. And you know what they say, if you write it down, it becomes reality. We have to write it down. And the most important thing about Evergreen, which Justin shared with me, is Evergreen concept means it's going to evolve and it's going to change. So as new information comes up, as you're here in Chicago and you see Argen has this amazing new Zirconia, sorry, that was a little plug, could update, right? We're going to change our marketing strategy on Zirconia. It's allowed to evolve, but so many of us don't write it down because we're scared we may be wrong, okay? Write it down. There is no wrong, okay? So here was our path. I'm going to share with you how we started. So we created something, our blueprint for success, which I'm actually going to go into more detail in. Then we created this evergreen building blocks. So we call it Argen building blocks. So literally, we looked at every single SKU that we sell in the company. We put it on an Excel spreadsheet, and we looked at how we would grow each SKU, what the average selling price would be, what new products would come in and cannibalize the old products. We looked at it from the ground up. Here's literally a spreadsheet of one of our, this is just our digital business. This is just our innovation, when product's going to launch, how long it's going to take to ramp up, what our average selling price is going to be for the next 3 years. And we've already started moving this to 2029. Okay? So it seems crazy. You only have to do it once. Okay? That's the good news. But I encourage you literally to look at every single product that you sell and say, how am I going to grow? Or maybe that product line's shrinking. So what we used to do is look at all of our new products we were going to launch and think we were going to grow by that much, but we didn't realize, well, these are shrinking, like alloys, and some of these other product lines are shrinking. So we have all this new growth, but it doesn't offset the shrinking. So what we came up with is our building blocks, and all of that turned into a waterfall for us, where we could say, here's our revenue in 2025, and when we take into account all of these different business units or these areas, this is how we're going to grow and shrink in different areas, okay? And what this led to was a commercial plan, an innovation plan, and an operational plan. So often, we started with the commercial plan based upon aspirational goals. Doing this work allowed us to actually create a commercial plan from substance, okay? Because we weren't just working on what we wanted to accomplish this year. It's what we want to accomplish over the next 3 years, okay? So I'll quickly share our blueprint for success. This is what we have shared. This is what we share with our company, actually on a monthly basis, which I'll share. And it talks about it, our foundation is our core values. And I'll actually spend a bit more on this when I talk about culture and people. But everything at our company is based upon who we are and who we say we are and who we want to be, okay? Number 2 is our purpose and our mission, which I'll also share later. Why are we doing what we do, okay? It's important that we have financial health. In order for us to continue to invest, continue to grow, continue to do all these amazing things we want to do, we have to have a basic financial health, okay? But then we get into what we call our corporate principles, okay? And I think these are critical for everyone to recognize what your corporate principles are. What makes you different? What makes you special, okay? Number 1 for us, we want to win where we have a competitive advantage. When you walk around our booth, we honestly believe everything that we are putting our effort into, we have a competitive advantage over some of our competitors in the industry. If we do not have a competitive advantage, we don't play in that sandbox, okay? That is one of our principles. We don't try to be everything to everyone. We try to be just to the dental lab. We try to have solutions just for you, and that we feel is our competitive advantage, okay? Number 2 is we want to be intentionally diversified. What that means, we want to make sure we have solutions that can help you succeed, but we don't just want to sell everything and anything, okay? Because then we dilute who we are as a company. Number 3, we want to lead with agility and urgency. I think in today's world, you have to be able to be agile, and you have to lead with urgency. And number 4, we want to raise our customer expectations. So this was actually an interesting one for us. We started out by saying we want to exceed customer expectations, but that's really not what we want to do. We want to meet your expectations, but we would like to meet your expectations so much that you start to raise your expectations for what you want us to deliver. It's a slight shift, but we want to make sure we're hitting your expectations, and if we hit it enough, you're going to raise your expectations, and then we're going to hit it, okay? So we call these our corporate principles. Every decision we make has to fit in with these, which leads us, if we can have these principles, how are we going to grow? Number 1, deliver excellence in execution. I think for every one of us business leaders, if we say we're going to do something, we have to do it. We have to create value through our innovation. So it's not good enough to just be innovative and come out with new products. our entire criteria for new products is it going to provide value for you, our customers? How do we have a global reach with a local focus? And how do we empower and inspire our people? And at the end of the day, our goal, which we share with our entire company, is to grow our business by 7.5% per year and positively impact over 60 million people worldwide. Okay? And I'll share with you a bit later how we come up with that number. So we are looking over the next 3 years to not only grow financially, not only grow revenue, but to have an impact on over 60 million people. Okay. Questions? Okay, cool. Okay. Any questions from home? Okay, no, I'm kidding. So it's not really live. Oh, we have a question? Oh, we got a thumbs up? Okay. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so we also share, not only do we have a 3-year vision that's kind of flat and static, we decided to share a bit more about the horizons that we're working on to make sure, remember I said trap number 2, is everyone aligned and really understanding where we're going. So I'll be honest, that first slide, I fully understand because I've read it about 350 times to our company. But I think most people in the stream are like, okay, sounds good. I don't really understand what that means or what I'm supposed to do with that. So we created this thing called the 3 horizons. And we were super clear with our organization. We said, okay, 2025 is when we started this, okay, about a year ago. We said for the next 12 to 18 months, we're going to compete, complete, and consolidate. Okay, so what does that mean? We're going to compete with the products we have. So last year, we didn't have that many new products coming out. And we said, stop waiting for new products. We have to compete with the great products we have. We want to complete our product offering. We had some gaps in our portfolio, whether in our resin portfolio or in our custom abutment portfolio or implant portfolio. So we were closing those gaps. And in a difficult year of 2025, we have to consolidate. We have to become smarter with the money we're using, with our resource allocations. And we actually said we don't expect much revenue growth. And sure enough, last year was not much revenue growth, okay? But we did say, look, we're going to do that for the next 12 to 18 months in order to set us up for accelerated growth, okay? So we said, very clear, we're going to just kind of do what we do here, but then we want to really start to be a fast follower. What does that mean? That means if someone here comes out with a new product, we want to make sure we are right ahead, okay? We also want to improve products. So if someone comes out with a new Zirconia, we would like to come out with something that is better than the Zirconia on the market. And we want to really start to be the solutions provider that we have spoken about. And we have great solutions now. We are going to be even more solution-oriented in our products that we bring. We're going to be less of a product and more of a solutions, okay? But we have to build the infrastructure to get there. And this is all in order to get to what I call my favorite part, which is the 3rd horizon, okay? I want to transform. This is who we want Argen to be. We want to be, and we share with our team members, we want to be a transformational company, okay? We want to change the way that you interact with your dentist. We want to change the way that you do business. We want to help you become more efficient, more successful, and we want to be an omni-innovator, okay? That is a term we've kind of coined internally, and it means we're not going to create everything ourselves, but we're going to, sometimes we're going to follow, sometimes we're going to improve, we're going to be a solutions provider, but we are going to disrupt. And as we disrupt, our growth opportunities and your growth opportunities are immense, okay? So I'll have a quiz. Knowing what you heard about me in 2021, if this was me in 2021, what would I have set as our goal in time horizon 1? Transform. I would have said, we're going to transform. We're going to do all these great things. And I have a very good team around me that was like, wait, time out. In order to get to where you want to get to, there's got to be steps to get there. And I think this really aligned our company more than anything we've done. It allowed people to be excited about where we were going, but not feel this immense pressure or stress in the first year. Okay? And it is interesting. Here we are, right in today, and when you walk out there, you will feel this acceleration happening at Argen. These new products we have launching, these new solutions we have. It's like we can feel the energy, but we've taken, let's say, 14 months to get to this point. Okay? So here, oh yeah, go ahead. So disrupt to us, great question. So the question was, what do I mean by disrupt? So disruption to us means actually changing the way that business is done, right? So how you interact with your doctor, how you communicate, how you deliver products, how you manufacture more efficiently. We make incremental improvements. Our goal, and I don't have the solutions, I just know that's where we want to get to, is to actually come up with products that change the way we all do business and make us better in our businesses. Okay.
Why you went from alloy company to more like a Zirconia and other product and outsource?
So great question. So we've changed our business, right? So we've somewhat disrupted the industry, I would say, about 10 years ago with our digital solutions, right? And I would say we did that more incrementally, meaning we did it by necessity. So alloys were going down and we had to do something. And each year we had to do something. I think the shift for me, and I think in today's world, it's necessary. I think with AI, with technology, with everything happening, the world of business is faster today than ever before. And I think what we have found is we want to think ahead so we can prepare. Or else, things are going to fly right by us. Okay? And actually, it doesn't mean we've done anything wrong in the past. Maybe that's a good clarification. I think the business world that we lived in was more appropriate. But I think things are changing so fast, not having a plan and a sound plan today is a trap. And there's a trap for scalability. You can still be successful. You can still have incremental growth. You can still have a good business. But if you are looking to scale your business and to grow exponentially, then I think this is absolutely critical. So I'll quickly share, this is our action plan. So we had a nice blueprint, but now we have an action plan. So we want to become an omni-innovator and disrupt the dental industry. So we're a private company, so we don't share numbers, but with our teams, we do share. And we're like, we want to grow revenue by this amount, all from the building blocks. We are going to grow by this amount in this time. We are going to win in innovation. So you will see new products coming out over the next 3 years for us. We're going to accelerate our commercial execution, and we're going to drive our corporate development. Each one of these buckets has a SMART goal, right? So they have an actual time goal on them with the revenue that we want to generate. And then in order to do that, number one, and everyone in here should be really excited, we want to become customer obsessed. That's my new term. Not just customer centric, not customer focused, customer obsessed. Like we have to do whatever we can to make our customers more successful. And we have KPIs. So it's not just a aspirational comment. We have on-time delivery, quality, net promoter scores. We have all these KPIs that we track. Number two, operationally optimized. We have to continue to improve our operations. We have to get closer to the customers, so we may start opening up more locations that are getting closer to you to help you. And, you know, the most important part of any business is your people. So we want to be people empowered. We want to have inspired and empowered people. So you put this all together, and it's a very specific, actionable plan that we are following over the next 3 years. Okay? With that comes, and I'm not going to spend too much time, you can see a very similar format. Here's our innovation plan. So here's what we're going to innovate, how we're going to innovate. We actually have a thing where we want to hit 25% of our revenue is from new products launched within the last 3 years. So not only do we want to launch something and sit back and wait, we need to be launching every year so that we can keep that freshness index up. And here's just a sneak peek of our new product roadmap for products coming out this year, and a lot of exciting things happening. So after I present this to our team, I said, you know, it's exciting, so I'm getting back to my aspirational and excitement and energy. We got to start accelerating. Okay, but we have 600 people at Argen that are like, okay, what do we do? So what is the second trap? I think culture and alignment. Okay? I love this quote by Doug Conant. To win in the marketplace, you must first win in the workplace. Okay? So often we focus on the customer, we focus on the products, on the quality, and sometimes we take for granted our team inside. There is no way to win with strategy without culture. So I have a question for the room. What is culture? I'm going to call on someone. What is culture? It's a beautiful answer. How you teach your team to be so you can run the business, set standards. Beautiful. Anything? Any other points? Shared set of experiences so that people can act the way they think they're supposed to act, right? That's great. Anyone else? Okay, absolutely. Social value set, right? So the question is, culture, is there a right and a wrong culture? No. There is no right or wrong. As long as it's yours. So I always say, here's a little, it's beliefs, values, assumptions, attitude, behaviors, metrics. But I'll say, who's responsible for defining culture? The people in charge. 100%. If the people in charge, the leaders, the owners, are not defining the culture, then the company is defining the culture. So if the culture is not defined, there is a culture, I promise you. It doesn't mean that there isn't a culture. The culture is there, and it is defined by everyone, okay? And probably they're watching the people in charge and creating a culture based upon what they think you want. And quite often I've recognized that is not what I want. If you would have just asked me, I would have told you that this is how we want to be and what we want to be. So I say as my job or my role as CEO is culture. That is my biggest role, is defining our culture, reinforcing our culture, promoting our culture, and then having a great team to execute on the strategy that we have created. Okay? So I kind of pulled some of these terms because I think people underestimate the power of culture. I think some companies may use it as a way to attract employees or to say this is what we want to be. But it really determines exactly what you said. This is how a company works internally, okay? Daily decisions. So you have a strategy, you have a plan. The daily decisions are dictated by the culture, okay? If we are customer obsessed is one of our cultural attributes, then people are going to answer the phone and be customer obsessed. If it's not one of our cultural attributes, then perhaps, hey, I don't have time to talk to the customer now, right? It shapes how we respond to challenges. It determines speed and consistency. And it really allows you to scale beyond just the leadership team. But it has to be clearly defined, has to be communicated continuously, and it really has to be used in your hiring process. How many times have you been hiring a candidate and you've said, not the best cultural fit, but wow, they are so good at what they do. You're like, well, we'll teach them to be a cultural fit. How often does that work? No hands. Okay. How about the opposite? This person is amazing. Exactly the culture we want. They would fit in so well in our company. They don't have the technical aptitude. Let's teach them the technical aptitude. How many times has that worked? Yeah. Okay? This is one of my favorite sayings that I use at Argen all the time. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. You can have the greatest strategic plan with the greatest detail, and if you do not have a clearly defined, strong culture that you believe in and you push, nothing will happen. And I think when we talk about scaling a business too, it's important to recognize that as your culture is also evolving. As your business needs evolve, so does your culture. And with that, perhaps so do the skills and perspectives needed. So I challenge all of us as we continue to grow and look to scale, really look at the skills we have and look to bring on additional skills. Look to learn internally. You don't even have to bring in people. You can challenge your team to go learn this skill, go learn AI, go learn technology. You can need to bring in new perspectives and new ideas, because what got here won't get you there. So we look at this formula. We just had our sales conference in January, and our whole theme was F1 racing. Okay? It's really cool. We all dressed in like F1 jumpsuits, and Justin came out in a full helmet and everything, and my wife and I came out in his little F1 cars driving through the thing. And it was probably one of the greatest analogies for business that I've heard. Because in order for an F1 team to be successful, it has to take complete alignment across the entire organization. You need a great car. You need great drivers. You need a pit crew. You need engineering teams. You need everyone working for one goal. Okay? So I'm going to share what we share with our company on a monthly or every 2-month basis. Okay? We have an all-team meeting, and we review this every time. And we say, what is our purpose? Our purpose is actually, to me, quite simple. We want to have a positive impact on the world while improving the smile and health of every person in need. We remind ourselves that we are making a medical device. We are not making a widget. We are making products that actually change people's lives. Okay? So since 2020, how many people do you think have been positively impacted by products that we have manufactured, and many of you in this room have helped manufacture? How many people do you think we've touched? Millions. Got any guesses? So I did a calculation. We've impacted over 100 million people throughout the world. That is crazy. That is crazy, right? I would encourage all of you, take how many crowns you've done, how many cases you've worked on, and keep a running tally, whether it's 10,000 lives you've changed, 20,000 lives you've changed, 100,000 lives you've changed. You are changing lives. And I think that gives a purpose that's larger and bigger than just showing up to work and doing my job. Okay? So we say every day 40,000 people are being impacted positively by the work we do. So today, as we stand here, there's 40,000 people somewhere in the world getting a smile or being able to chew or being able to do something that they couldn't do. Okay? Then we talk about our mission statement. We hammer this home. We push it home. We want to provide world-class solutions where our customers purposely choose Argen. Okay? This was a big shift for us. We used to want to sell things to you. We want to be have such a good solution that you choose to buy from us. I want to buy from Argen. I want to get this new Zirconia. I want to get this new solution. That is absolutely critical because it changes the way that we approach everything we do. Exceptional service, great product portfolio, and superior quality innovation. Okay? Every new person who starts at Argen, if I have the opportunity to meet them, which I'm trying to do better, I say, if you want to be successful at Argen, this is your cheat sheet. If you can do these 6 things, you will be successful at Argen. Okay? These are our core values. This is who we are. This is what we promote. It's on our walls. It's at our subsidiaries in Germany, in the UK, Canada, everyone. It's across the entire organization. Honesty and integrity, number 1. If we say we're going to do something, we do it. We never lie, and we always tell the truth. Number two, quality in everything. That used to mean just the quality of the product. That for us means how you answer the phone, how you handle a customer complaint, how we invoice our customers, how we treat our customers. Quality in everything. You all like this. Value our customers, okay? We have to listen to our customers. We have to appreciate our customers. We have to listen. We have to build trust and strong relationships. We have to embody our family spirit. And what that means to us is we're a family company, of course, but we're getting a little big to be a family company. So what we say is we care about each other. We want each other to be successful. We're allowed to argue. We're allowed to disagree. Anyone disagree and have arguments with their family members? Yes. But then at the end, what happens? Come back together. Okay? So we really articulate what it means to be each of these. We've actually started a new series where we're deep diving into each of these core values and sharing like even more what's behind it. And number 6 is be passionate and bring energy. I am so passionate about what we're doing at Argen. If you think I'm passionate, you should see my wife, Julie, how passionate she is. Like, we work super hard. You can ask anyone. But we're all in, and we love it. And if you have that energy, you're going to be really successful. And if you don't, and you don't feel passionate, and you don't feel the energy, that's okay. Maybe it's not the right place. And you'll find somewhere that you find that passion and energy. But we say it. We don't expect it and hope. We are super clear, okay? So also, I want to take an opportunity because as we talk about the culture of our company and who we are, I think many of you have had businesses for many years, maybe multi-generations, and I think honoring my parents, sorry, is just super important to me, sorry. I was doing so well. I was like, this is getting easier. So if anyone knew my parents, they were amazing, amazing people. You knew my mom very well, right? And I think it's important for our culture is that we don't lose that. So as hard as it is for me to talk about my parents who have unfortunately passed away, just how amazing they were and the work that they did to put us in a position for me and my wife and my family to be part of this amazing company and to be the owners of this amazing company. So we miss them both very much. So thank you. Sorry. And I had more to say, but I think I don't think I'm going to make it through. So as we talk about the past and how it helps us come into the future, we continually define and reinforce our culture, okay? So my wife and I, we started this during COVID. We do an all teams meeting once a month, once every 2 months now, where every person from the company joins, and we actually send it to our subsidiaries for them to view. And we have what we call the all team meeting, okay? And what we do is we share what's happening in the company. So we had our sales conference, and here was just for the whole company to see the success. This was in February. This is this amazing showroom that you see outside. We're bringing people into what's happening. They're sitting at their desks, you know, they're grinding away. They don't know the excitement and energy that's happening everywhere. We also talk about our vision and our mission. And they said when people start complaining that you have to stop saying it, they've almost heard it enough, okay? You have to keep reinforcing it, pushing it. We also have our employee net promoter score. Every single quarter, we send out an anonymous survey to our company. How likely are you to recommend a friend to work at Argen? And we track this every single quarter, and we go up and we go down, and we take 2 action plans from their list of issues or complaints, and we action them every quarter, okay? And we actually, our goal was to get 50% participation with a 30 score. And the last 2 quarters, we've actually surpassed that, okay? Everyone says don't do an employee net promoter score because it's really hard. If someone has a bad day, if the parking lot didn't have any empty spaces, if they had a performance review, which wasn't very good. we're like, great, tell us. Tell us what's going on, and we are going to fix it, okay? That's culture. You know, we said we care about people, we're a family, then you have to allow people to share what's happening. The next is, this is probably one of the most successful things we've had, is we have culture committees, okay? This was started actually by my wife. So we have social committee, the wellness committee, the women in business committee, innovation committee, perks for purpose committee, and these are committees that are run by employees on their own with volunteers from throughout the company, okay? So if we're having social events that you don't like, great, join the social committee and plan something that you want. We wanted to give people, I don't know, like sleep appliances or aligners or different products, great. Perks for purpose. So it all comes from the ground up. We used to think we knew what people wanted. We don't, okay? So these are amazing. This has probably improved our culture more than anything, okay? We also, every quarter, we have what we call Cheers for Peers. And what we do is people can nominate people within the company, and they get a $500 bonus for being nominated. It's not from us. They just recommend them. We also have 44 promotions in 2025. So we do talk about how people have a future, have a path, and we have goals of actually promoting people internally. And we do charity work just to get everyone aligned and making sure that we're all giving back to our communities. So I think these meetings for us started during COVID. If I'm going to be honest, it was just to tell people we were still in business and that we weren't closing. And it's become now something that has been very impactful and beneficial for us. So I think it's a great way to reinforce. So I love this. To build a great culture, you need three things: the right people, the right behaviors, and what we had said, the courage to be consistent in what you say you're going to do. And I joke around, I have 4 daughters. You know, we do the thing, hey, sit down while you eat. And you're walking around eating like this. They're watching. So as a leader, if you say this is our culture, I would encourage you to give people the space to say, hey, you're saying this, but doing this, you need that feedback. Because sometimes by accident we do it. But we have to be consistent between the two, okay? So here are our 600 plus, a picture from our sales conference a couple years ago. So we're super proud of our entire global company. So trap number 3 is do it all ourselves. Anyone like to do everything themselves? Okay, I saw a lot of these, so that's good. I used to want to do everything else. Like there's going to be an Argen Zirconia and an Argen resin and an Argen machine and an Argen everything. And I think it's time to shift our mindset. The world is moving too fast, and people are so specialized in certain areas. And I think what happens as business leaders, we start to juggle. We got 2 balls, and we got 3 balls, 4, 5, 6. And what happens? Start to drop the ball, right? Or it slows you down. Even if you're super, like imagine juggling 7 balls, how fast are you moving to your next thing? Okay? I think best case it slows you down, worst case you start to drop some balls. So we all know the hidden cost of doing it all, right? So our most important people, our best people, where are they spending their time? On the most important things? Or your latest, or the latest project, or the latest thing that you try to do that's not in your core business? And what happens to us is our talent was stretched. We have great IT people, we have great engineers, and they're trying to do too much, and they get spread too thin. We end up investing capital in the wrong places, and instead of accelerating, we found over the last couple of years, we slowed down. We still grew, but not nearly at the pace that I think we could have if we focused on what we do well. So we've all seen these things, and this is from an Argen perspective, not even from a lab perspective, right? We have the visible costs, right? So there's labor, equipment, facilities, repairs, materials, and expertise, right? But I have been more interested in the hidden costs of trying to do everything yourself, right? And it's managing focus. Like everyone says, hey, if you can focus, you can be successful at anything you do as long as you focus. Everyone's heard that, right? I said, hey, we have to focus on these 20 new projects that we are launching this quarter. That's not focus, right? So it's like we were trying to do too much. So we've actually, and I'll share some of our examples where we have strategically outsourced some non-core value added. But what do you get? You get expertise, you get speed, you get flexibility. And I'd say the most important thing is you get scalability, right? So when you have an opportunity and you have a good partner, you are able to scale significantly faster, right? Instead of, hey, I'm going to grow, then I have to build up my capacity, then I have to grow, build up my capacity. So for Argen, we had a journey to outsourcing. So we evaluated where we add the most value. So where do we have a competitive advantage? Where are we doing a great job? Double down on that. Keep doing that. Have our best people working on that. Then we partnered with specialists in other areas, and I'll share a few. I'll be honest, implant parts. We sell a lot of custom abutments, okay? What is our value added? Milling above the abutment, getting your file, getting it to you quickly, bundling it with a coping or with a model. What is not needed is milling the interface. So we have 2 Swiss screw machines. We make our own blanks. But there are shops out there that all they do is make blanks. And when we went to visit them, they were making blanks for everyone, all the major companies. So we have them make our blanks, right? And I bought 2 Swiss screw machines. I was like, we're going to do it all ourselves. But there was no value added. There was no value added. It was our specs to our specifications, and we do incoming inspection. As you can see from our booth, we don't have our own mills. We don't have our own printers. We work with really good companies that do a really good job in those areas. We can't be everything to everyone. Our biggest part where we are outsourcing is software development, okay? We have our own IT specialists, developers, but we definitely supplement third-party development houses in order to help us grow like this, and we take a big step, okay? Also, vendor-managed inventory. I still never wanted to do this. This is for larger companies. But there's companies that come in and they manage all of your gloves and glasses and earplugs and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, well, it costs us more money. There's no, like, why? This doesn't make sense at all. We could just buy it direct. But, oh my God, this department had 1,000 gloves and this department had 0 gloves. And it was just like an absolute mess where it was. They came in. We're probably paying a little bit more, but we have no one managing it. We have no one complaining that that they don't have gloves and this department has all the gloves. It has taken so much time away from us that I can't even quantify that in money, okay? The next is kitting. Who knows what kitting is? So we sell all of these Zirconia discs. We used to make our own boxes and put in the foam, put in the stuff. Like, what are we doing? So we have a company that puts all of that together, sends it to us, and we put our beautiful Zirconia disc into a kitted. Are we paying more money to have them do it? Absolutely. Is it so worth our while not to have to manage that process? Absolutely, because the Zirconia disc is what's important to us. To have our best people working on that. And then we use outside consultants. So as all of you look to outsource, I'm going to give a little plug for our company. We do hope that you would consider choosing Argen for different areas of your outsourcing. There's a million great companies out there, and if we can offer a solution, this is actually our theme for Lab Day, is to choose Argen for partnership solutions in education, where your business scales and your craft evolves. That is something that we are really trying to find a way to help, okay? And if you think there's a way we can help that we're not doing, tell us. We want to know. And I promise you we will take an action. Okay, so 4 takeaways, okay? I think everyone knows what number 1 is, right? I think I hammered it. Prepare a multi-year evergreen strategic plan. And my advice, piece of paper is fine. Like, start simple. Don't get overwhelmed. I remember how overwhelmed I was by it. Start simple, but just start writing it down. And wherever you can put in details, put in details. Okay? Number 2, define your culture and align your team. Number 1, write it down. I think we all have in our minds what we think our culture is. Write it down, share it with your teams. See their response, okay? You may have to adjust, but write down what it is, and then every single month, whether you have flyers up, whether you have an all-team meeting, I think all-team meetings are incredible, and you're going to think, okay, Anton said, say it every month, but this is crazy. I mean, I'm doing it every month. I mean, they're going to kill me. No one gets tired of it. It just, I'm telling you, it just reinforces. And when I read our purpose, you know what I ended up recognizing? You know who appreciated that the most? Me. So you're having a tough day. You're like, oh my God, like this is wrong and that's wrong. And I read our purpose to our company. And I'm like, we got this. Like it almost like energizes and reminds me while I'm doing it, okay? So every month, write it down, do it, do it, do it. Number 3, identify what's not value added. I know it's a hard thing, but as you say who we want to be, where we want to go, and how our people are going to contribute to that, my gut feeling is your non-value added activities are going to be glaring. They're going to be outliers. They don't fit in with who you want to be, where you think you're good at, what your principles are, and they're going to be sitting there being like, why are we doing this? Okay? And the last one, I was asking my wife for her opinion on my presentation, and she said the most important thing that we've been able to do at Argen is be curious. Okay? So anyone see Ted Lasso? Okay? So often, well, we've done it this way. I've seen people say this. Okay, strategic plan. I already have a strategic plan. We have a culture. Be curious, meaning, is there a different way we could look at this, right? Are 2 or 3 nuggets from this presentation something I can take back? So we are curious about everything. We're curious about what's happening in the industry, about what's happening with AI right now. We are like listening to podcast after podcast. We're not utilizing it nearly as much as we can. That's okay. We are super curious, okay? We're curious about new technologies, about new technological advancements, different systems. Be curious is one of my biggest takeaways from what is making us successful. Argen. So how did we come up with Argen? Argen was actually founded in South Africa, and it was taking X-ray films and refining it for silver. And argentum is Latin for silver. And that's where the name comes from. So a final takeaway, since I'm running right on time, is balance between business, family, and self. So I am actually, here is my 4 daughters at my oldest daughter's senior night of soccer last week. And my 3 older daughters are all playing varsity soccer together. And today is my eldest daughter Rachel's 18th birthday. So I am going straight from here directly to the airport to take a 1 p.m. flight home so I can be there for her birthday. If you like that's the first sports team we sponsored, to be for her birthday. So I was actually going to be here and I was going to stay till tomorrow night. And on Monday, I said to myself, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm sitting up here talking about culture. We're sitting up here talking about doing the right things. I have to do the right thing for my family, the right thing for the business, and the right thing for myself. So I probably don't have time for questions, so I apologize. But I just wanted to thank you from the entire Argen family for spending this hour with me. I hope there was something that you could take away from it, and really appreciate all of your support and all of your business. Thank you so much.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, and giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get in the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get in the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
The DI is open. Did you have audio on your presentation?
On some of the videos, yeah.
Okay. Would you mind if we tested some of, or just at least one of them?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta.
Thank you so much.
Argen Z GT marries
You are
the
muted.
best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. 50 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y Zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth. Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
I'm David Jackson from Nashville, Tennessee. I own Mid-South Dental Lab. I started using Argen 8 years ago. With them being a full facility, it really helps us stay productive and make sure that we're getting everything turned around to our doctors on time. You feel really connected with the company. Can't say enough great things about Argen. It's the consistency with the shades, the consistency of the product. That's why we continue to use the product, making sure that we don't have any shade issues. If we get a crown that we did 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we know that the shade is gonna match. I love that consistency. You can always find cheaper zirconia, but the reliability that Argen brings, we just keep using that same product to get those same results. Helps us keep that consistency with our doctors.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully
and then Jeff Lothorpe, who is our, is it Vice President of Business Development? Is that your fancy title, buddy?
Something like that.
Yeah, so Jeff has been a technician. Jeff, back in the 90s, he's probably the guy that taught you how to do CapTech. So that's how long Jeff's been around, right?
90s. It's in high school,
man. Anyway, thank you all. Hour and a half and go.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud. Oh, and I also wanted to say that you outfunded your coverage, bud. She's amazing, right?
She's amazing.
Yeah. Look at her.
She doesn't pay
She's ignored
attention.
us. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not mic'd up because I'm only going to take up the first few minutes and just talk a little bit about some of the new materials that you guys are going to see. I'll get into a little bit of the science. So, again, I'm Jeff Lothorpe. I run business development R&D for Argen globally. And the GT material, which is what you're going to see here, and the ceramic material has been a lot of what I've been working on lately. And so I'll just give you a little, I want to just talk about what's important before I hand it over to Alex, who really goes into the artistry and people who actually use my stuff, you know, explain how it actually works. But let me just make sure this is working. Okay, cool. So there's just a few things that's super important with zirconia. And I think there's a lot of zirconia coming out right now, and it gets very confusing on some of the things that are important. And you know, everybody's got a multi-yttria zirconia now, and I think what's really important is to understand what goes into making these things. And there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do it, and there's good materials and there's bad materials, and I think it's really important to understand these things. So I'll kind of dive in here. Let me see if I can. There we go. Okay. So when people first came out with multi-yttria zirconia, zirconia was not designed to put a 5Y zirconia on top of a 3Y or a 4Y. And much like anybody a ceramist in the room used to do PFMs back in the day, right? Maybe I'm dating myself, but you know, you remember CTEs, right? Your metal had to be matched with your material that went over the top, because if they shrunk in heat and cooled at different rates, you would get stress and things would crack and things would move and do things that you didn't want them to do. And zirconia is actually no different. So 3Y, 4Y, and 5Y zirconias actually have different CTEs. They shrink a little bit differently. They create a little stress. And zirconia is isotropic. It's supposed to shrink in all directions in the same way and not morph and not warp and not have any shape change. That does shrink in size, but it's supposed to shrink in size very accurately, and it does. But many of the zirconias that are still out there being sold today were not designed to work together, and we did some things to try to make them work together, and some of them did an okay job, and some of them didn't. But you see that's a cross section of a disc, and that was done by a friend of ours in the audience there, Jed, who figured a lot of this stuff out on his own. But that's a disc with 5Y on top of 4Y or 3Y, and it moved. And it moved because there's, as you gradiate things like color or you put stuff on top of it, you can have these stresses. So this is why materials matter, right? And so we use Toso powder, and we use Toso powder that was specifically designed to be able to have a 5Y working with a 4Y or a 3Y. The CTEs are matched, the shrinkage is matched, and therefore it gives us a stronger, more stable disc that doesn't have stresses built within the disc and create a lot of warpage, right? Things are always going to move a little bit as things shrink, but you shouldn't be creating stresses, and you shouldn't have any problems with that. So we worked with Toso, and it took them a while before they came out with a material that really worked, and we're really excited that we're using that material. And then there's where you put your layers. And there's a lot of materials out there right now that their layers are just kind of like, well, they just kind of 25% of the disc is 4Y, 25% of it's 4.5Y, and then 4.7Y, and then all the way up to 5Y. And the problem with that is as soon as you start adding yttria in there and blending things, you lose strength, right? So where you put your layers matter, because you need your strength not in your, you don't want to weaken it in the connector zones. And you actually want the transition from translucency to, you know, not so translucent or color to be in the right places, a lot like the shade guide. It doesn't start transitioning at the neck, it starts way up towards the incisal third, right? So we want things in the right area, right? And that's kind of what we've done with Argen, is put our layers in the right area so it's aesthetically correct and it's also strong, right? And then last but not least, we created a way for this gradient material to actually not have harsh lines and be forgiving and actually reflect light like natural tooth. We call it smart gradient technology, and we have a patent on it. But better than me explaining all the nuances and how this actually works, my marketing team put together a really cool video that's super modern looking, and it will help you understand it better than I can.
What exactly is
Oh, can we turn this up?
smart gradient technology? Stay tuned as we discover the answer together. Let us begin with a common multi-shade disc. I've seen them, you've seen them. Indeed, they are everywhere. But how are the layers arranged inside? Let us open one up and see for ourselves. Here we see where a future dental unit will be placed. But we still require those multiple layers. Let us add them now. There we go. That is quite professional. But wait, aren't those lines a bit harsh? Let us look closer. Oh dear, they are very harsh indeed. We simply cannot have that. But does this affect the final product? Behold, this is a photograph of a competitor's disc. Oh my, look right here, and here. That is certainly not the Argen standard. There must be a better way. Wait, doesn't Argen have a superior plan? How can Argen possibly improve upon this? Let us observe what Argen does to these layers. Well, look at that. They have blended them to more closely mimic nature herself. Isn't that something? Now, when sintered, we achieve a marvelous natural blending of these layers. Fantastic. This structure exists within the tooth, not merely as a surface variation. The result? A natural-looking translucency, just like, well, nature. Argen ZGT is precisely what you require. It possesses marvelous strength and truly smart gradients. Let us take a final look at these layers to see what makes them so intelligent. Observe, Argen has placed the layers exactly where they are needed most. We find great translucency at the very tippy top of the teeth. Yet, just below, the material grows stronger where the connectors reside. At last, we can have everything we need. The versatility of ZGT. That is very helpful in keeping things strong indeed. But you may wonder, is this disc suitable for every indication? Let us investigate. First, let us look at a simple crown. The properties of Argen ZGT make it ideal for those aesthetic cases traditionally reserved for Argen ZSTML, 5Y Zirconia, or even lithium disilicate. Now, you can simply utilize Argen ZGT and be confident that your crowns will be simply beautiful. Now, what about those tricky bridges? Bridge cases benefit from aesthetic beauty and translucency in the incisal gradient without sacrificing strength in the connectors. Argen has you covered. And what of the full arch? These too benefit from that same beauty and translucency, while the transition zone is strategically placed to allow for even the largest of arches. So, for crowns, bridges, and full arches, Argen has precisely the disc for you. And tell me, why carry such a cumbersome variety of discs in different strengths and thicknesses? Simplify your laboratory and carry only Argen ZGT. It truly is the disc you've been looking for. Argen Z, better than your mother could make. That is, unless your mother works for Argen.
Yep. You can
Cool.
announce it. I don't need to say anything else besides that, right? That's pretty cool. All right.
Awesome.
Alex,
Thank you.
All right.
All right, let's start with a little laugh. So thank you so much, Jeff, for the introduction here, and thank you for having me here today at Lab Day at Argen, on the Argen stage. I'm super happy to share my experiences with the GT and with the stains today a little bit here. I'm very pumped actually officially now to stain and glaze for you guys here. It's going to be fun. Yeah, so it was quite a year, right? We kind of worked together on kind of refining it and making it something special actually. And I want to just take you guys on my journey for the last 12 months working with these two materials and seeing the development and the performance improvements month by month and how they get better, and really now sharing with you some patient cases I did with these materials, and they're really beautiful. From my side, my name is Alex. I spare you my last name. It's a German last name, so don't make a knot in your tongue. Doesn't matter. Besides dental, I love to be outdoors, right? So Jeff and me sharing two passions actually. We go snowboarding and surfing, sometimes together. And so that's just like one thing what I love to do besides the bench. Why do I show this on a dental meeting? Because I encourage everybody to go out there, right? Leave your bench in a good amount of time and enjoy something else, right? Teeth are awesome, and I think we all share the same passion. but at some point we have to just dislodge from dental and do something really fun. And that's, you don't have to go to the mountains or to the water and go surfing or paddleboarding. You don't have to do that. But find something else, right, besides teeth. That's just a little bit kind of message from my side before we start here. There's so many beautiful things out there besides the lab, so definitely enjoy them as well. So now, without these people, I wouldn't be here. One of these people is my wife, Danielle. She's in the back. Thank you for allowing me to be on stage. And yeah, so that's my team in Miami. We have a beautiful lab there. It's a high-end boutique lab. We're specialized on aesthetic restorations, full arch restorations, specifically on implants, like more or less complex cases, basically. And we have a very colorful team that comes from everywhere in the world, basically. That's like makes our, I think, us so strong, and the diversity in the team is amazing. I enjoyed it every day to go there, meet everybody, talk to everybody, and work together in the team. That's me sometimes by myself. I love to do education. I love to share my knowledge, share my experiences. That's what I'm doing today and all these 3 days here in Chicago every year. That's just doing a webinar, basically. So follow me on Instagram or so, and you will see where I'm maybe next on air, do some education. It would be great to see you guys there. Message me something. It would be awesome. Again, my team. And then to start today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about teeth. But also to start, how does every case starts, right? It starts with treatment planning. So to start a case, we have to do proper treatment planning. And that's a very special case for me. It is not a zirconia case though, but I used the stains basically. But I want to walk you through a little bit of a treatment planning on the journey of that case besides others. That's Sebastian. He lives in Trinidad. And he's ready, you can tell in his teeth, ready for something big, right? He's basically all destroyed his teeth, they're worn, they're discolored, he's not happy with that. So for treatment planning, usually what we start to do, we starting a digital treatment planning with a smile design. We usually do smile designs in 3 dimensions. We use Smile Cloud, we use ExoCAD, we use different digital tools to establish basically a new smile for our patients. That's just an example on him. And we see here that should be the new kind of target where we want to target this new tooth position, tooth shape. We can share with the patient what our plan is basically. We're utilizing now also some AI tools to maybe make little video clips for the patient to show, to prepare them basically what they maybe are going to get, right? After that, we're going to run through this a little bit because our topic is today not treatment planning, but I have to fill in something. So after that, we usually go with a prototype. If that prototype is an implant for a full arch implant case, or like on Sebastian, we're doing teeth, we always do a prototype, right? Just to test drive the new tooth position, test drive the new smile, test drive the function, and to basically avoid any excess kind of adjustments and maybe have to redo something because the patient doesn't like it. So here, that's a classic or very normal trying of a prototype. We take photos, we take maybe a bite, we check if the midline is correct. In this case, it was not correct. It was like a slight cant, basically, from the plane of occlusion. And with these records, with these informations, we're able to basically finish the case, right? So we have to do slight adjustments on the right side. The patient has a lazy lip. It was a little bit difficult, so we have to bring the right side slightly more up and then finish the case. And you will see when the case is seated, it actually looks pretty balanced. Right, so the lazy lip we can't change, unfortunately. So, happy patient. This was done with a older generation zirconia. Let's go back. It's a pretty case, right? But you see, it could be maybe more translucent. It could be maybe more aesthetic, and that's what we're always aiming for. And that brings us, like, very smooth to our topic today, right? The restorative material choice. So we're working mainly with zirconia nowadays. Yes, we do lithium disilicates. I still do lots of PFMs. That's still part of our production, basically. There's nothing wrong with. But the strength of us is actually we're able or capable to work with all these different materials and always choosing that material was specifically perfect for that specific case. So in zirconia, we usually differentiating between different classifications of multi-layered. We have monochromatic zirconias. We have 3Y, 4Y, 5Y, 6Y, 7Y, 8 by, not, you don't stop me, right? What's going on? So we have basically usually from 3 wide to 6 wide nowadays, different zirconia types. What they do, and you see this on the chart here, they're differentiating in translucent factors, but also in strength. And the challenge always was, well, as more translucent we're getting, as weaker we are, right, with the zirconia. So having really highly aesthetic zirconia in different multi-layers and nice translucency, usually we couldn't use them for a full arch case. And that was basically where we were stuck. So we designed these cases, and they look pretty, they look clean, but they're missing some life, basically, right? The vitality of this case is just not there. So what we're ending up doing, we're cutting back and layering the incisal, for example, right? Which is fine. I'm a ceramist. I love to do that. But in reality, if you want to look into efficiencies, productivity, but also strength, as a layered ceramic incisal can chip, right? So that would mean it has to get back to the lab, get repaired, or even redone. So now there has to be other solutions out there, basically, right? So you see that case, it's nice, but it's just dead. It's not really very lifeful, right? That was done with the more older generation zirconia. These zirconia, for example, is already nicer, right? Here we see nice gradients, actually, right? We see nice translucent incisal edge. We see some more chroma in the body, right? So that's a zirconia, that's the HT+, right? Beautiful aesthetic, definitely nice. Nice opacity for the metal bases. They're getting masked out. There's nothing gray shining through, right? We have different layers, and that's what Jeff already mentioned, where other manufacturers, what I realized in my past when I tried different zirconias, sometimes you can see literally the layers, right? You can see the lines going through the zirconia. So it was also very nice or not nice to look at, so we tried to find something else and something more aesthetic. Other zirconia like the STML, for example, is amazing, right? For the aesthetic, we have beautiful cases with that. We were able to really establish a gorgeous aesthetic, great function, and finish up these larger cases, but they're individual crowns. They're not really a large bridge. There's a lower 4-unit bridge, which is not a problem, but I could never do a full arch case with a zirconia like this, because the strength of that zirconia is between somewhere 600 to 800 megapascal. You need at least 950 megapascal to do full arch case. I like to be above the 1,000, right, 1,100. So that zirconia is nice, beautiful, but also has limitations in where we can use it in indications, basically. We saw the similar what you showed at prior, basically, the different layers of different translucencies, basically. Why do I show that? Because if we work with a multi-layered zirconia, what is crucial is how we place the restoration in the blank, right? And that gets more crucial as more advanced zirconias are becoming. Because with the ZGT, for example, the advantage, and you will see this in a couple cases now, is the more chromatic area is a stronger area, but also has higher opacity. So I can actually mask out a bar or mask out titanium bases, but also have to make sure my connector area is in that area, right? I cannot put my connector area, let's see if my bubble works today. No, doesn't work. I cannot put my connector area all the way in these incisal layers. But I shouldn't have connectors up there anyway, right? But that's important, so we have to make sure we're placing that restoration in the correct area of the blank with all these multi-layered zirconia. That's a rule, right? But now there's a new sheriff in town. And the new sheriff in town called ZGT, meant for a German tongue, that's a tongue breaker. So it's ZGT. And I want to carry you through a case what I did just recently to try out that zirconia, one of our first patient cases, actually. And I was a lady, she presented with just 2 implants and an overdenture. That was it, right? So the plan was to give her more quality of life. So we planned implants. The periodontist placed implants in the maxilla, implants in the mandible, and we finished up a prototype for trying for FP3s, upper lower. And however we do our work, we try to improve aesthetics, we try to make it nice and straight, we try to have it nice and closed, nice and balanced, and we're very happy we're sending out the prototype for try-in. and then the prototype comes back most of the time with some adjustments. In this case, it came back with adjustments to move the midline, which is normal, that's fine, right? It's not a problem. We see this every time, or not every time, and a lot of times when we get prototypes back to move something, to shorten something. In this case, the note on the RX set, I should have actually a picture on there, please open diastema 1.5 millimeter. So that's interesting. Okay, well, let's do it. Let's make basically the case with a big diastema. And I personally love it. Danielle, my wife, will look at me like, why? Why would you do diastema, right? But because the patient loves it. And if you now look at the patient, by the way, before I go to the next picture, this is the ZGT. You see a beautiful gradient on the incisal edge. There's a lot of life in there. There's not a lot of stain on these crowns. That's the shade you're getting basically, right? Most is clear basically. And also what I want to point out is you do not see the bar, which is really amazing. You have a lot of translucent zirconias on the market where you would now actually see gray shining through that zirconia, and you have a gray hue to it in that bar area. That's a titanium bar underneath. So that's for me like definitely a thing where I say, damn, this is really good. I can actually lower my inventory on blanks because I don't need all the different zirconia anymore. I can actually just use one. But now, yeah, that's the diastema here. Look at her face. Yes, she needs that diastema. It's beautiful. She loves it. She got her restorations. She started crying at the dental chair, right? The only thing she told us, do not show the video I'm crying, please. Right? Show my happy video. And that's what we have. We have the happy video here. So she was really ecstatic. She said, this is how I used to look. I always had that diastema. My overdenture never had a diastema. I hated them. Right? Now I love that. So she was very happy. These are the instances where we have to put a diastema in, right? Which just looks good. It suits her face, her everything. Very natural. So again, looking at zirconia, this is also one of the bridges. That's actually is the case you can see here in the glass box as a showcase. I have it now here to do some staining. I want to show it the structure paste basically. But I want to show here is that gradients basically, that smart gradients, right? It's definitely beautiful how that from chromatic to incisal, and you don't see any lines, right? You see really a very natural flow of translucency. That's really very unique. So like I said, I compared many zirconia, even with the HT Plus and others. You really see a very unique aesthetic here, which is amazing. If you look at close, you can take a look later on after the lecture, you see almost like a three-dimensional gradients to it. And what you see here, this is that patent. Yeah, my bubble doesn't work. You see I tried to mimic the mamelons basically. You almost see that little fingers going up and down. That's where that more chromatic zirconia powder hits the more translucent area basically. It goes almost like this fluent over basically, right? That makes that smart gradients, but that makes that so aesthetic, right? So it's three-dimensional basically. Here, that's a classic. Getting a photo texted by my client and said, dude, you nailed the color. That looks freaking amazing, right? It's not a perfect photo from lighting perspective, but you see number 10 is the crown. And I really had to look up the case in my system and check it out. What was that, right? Well, actually, that was an implant case. And you look at the soft tissue, it's beautiful in this case. And you show the photo very quick. The soft tissue, the papilla is gorgeous. No blenching, there is no inflammation. It's just absolutely perfect. And like I say, I had a hard time even knowing that's an implant case. I thought it's just a crown or veneer. So I had to look it up, and then I took the scans, took some screenshots. Basically, that's a MegaGen implant. He scanned, sent us a scan, and we did that crown, a screw-retained crown. So there are a couple things why is the crown so nice and so aesthetic. First of all, it's done with the ZGT. It's a zirconia, which allows that gradients, allows with the Ink 3D shade kit basically have that vitality in the aesthetics, but also it's done the right way, right? So we basically did the right way on an implant crown. That's just an example, but what I want to show here is the emergence is so important on these anterior cases, on all cases, but anterior specifically, because that will make a case basically fail or actually be really good. You see here on a titanium base on the left side, you see that corner. That corner is is a disaster for any gum tissue or for bone. It will actually let the gum tissue recede or bone recede. So you have to make sure you always polish and always have a nice concave emergence profile, highly polished. It's very important. If you don't have the part for it, or you have the parts available that are just too bulky, you have to go with the higher gingiva height of a tie base, for example, right? Or you have to manipulate that part so far that you can achieve this. That's very important. Or go with the titanium custom abutment. In the worst case scenario, it's not ideal for the anterior area, especially when you have thin tissue, right? But on top of that case made it so nice because we're able to block out, even on a very small crown, that underneath laying titanium. I think that's the key here, right? If I would use another material, I would have a gray shine through the cervical of the crown. So that makes also a big difference to usual cases like that. So then when we look into full arch, right, again, this is a typical case we're getting. We have a huge cantilever. We definitely want to avoid cantilevers on these cases because they're going to snap. If the AP spread is perfect, like in this case, we can't do that cantilever, but this cantilever is not, zirconia is not made for these kind of cantilevers. It will break no matter what, if there's an opposing. If there's no opposing, it's different, right? But there's opposing, it will snap. So we usually working with these titanium bars. And that was one of my biggest concerns when Jeff and me talked about the zirconia. Oh, it's super aesthetic, Alex. You have to try it out, and it's amazing. I said, oh, I can't wait, right? My concern was for full arch cases, has it enough opacity to mask that bar, to have the beautiful aesthetic zirconia for these kind of full arch cases? And yes, it does. If you look, oops, yeah, here's the flow here. If you look at the tissue, it does have enough opacity. You do not see graying, what I see so often usually on these zirconia cases, right? That's very important to see and to understand. That's what we're looking for, to have not the gray shine coming through the zirconia or this higher translucent zirconia. It's just opacity enough. So now, if we're going into these aesthetic cases, and I tried many different ceramic kits. I tried many different liquid ceramic kits, how they call them, right? I don't want to call anybody out in terms of branding, or so it doesn't matter. And I was always very skeptical. The biggest skeptic I had at the beginning was, they're so complicated to fire, because I have all these different firing cycles for a stain, for the glaze, for the structure, and then I cannot go back with stain on structure. It's like, come on, I'm rather, before I go through all these hoops, I'd rather use my porcelain. And I was pretty fast with porcelain. I'm pretty quick, and my team is trained, so we're doing a pretty good job with regular powder porcelain, right? But there's one thing when you do these big, larger cases, it's just more efficient, and it's also more controllable and not easier. Easy is the wrong word. It's more predictable if you can design a hybrid in full anatomy, including the soft tissue, right? Because designers, they can do an amazing job, and allows me to just stain and glaze that restoration to an aesthetic outcome. That makes my life definitely easier. So I played with the Ink 3D, and what I learned is it is really simple. I don't want to say easy. Nothing in life is easy, but it's simple. And I like simple. I like simple workflows. I'm a simple guy, and I just like it very simple to go from A to Z. And that allows me to really go from A to Z very simple, because, and Evan will not like that when I say this right now, most likely, because if all these different firing cycles for stain, we have one for glaze and one for structure. But I actually use just one for large bridges. I use one cycle, and it works perfectly. I love it, right? I use one firing cycle. I don't have to play around with a vacuum. I have vacuum built in, but I don't have to be careful. This you can use vacuum, and this cycle no vacuum. This has to be hotter. This has to be cooler. I can just use one cycle. I use one cycle for my large bridges and one cycle for my smaller cases, basically. For large bridges, just as a slower heating and cooling, that I don't stress the material too much. So that's what I really enjoy. And I'm basically start just painting by numbers almost, right? I'm going to my tray, I have my pinks laid out. I start first with a glaze liquid to wet the whole surface, brush it down that it's just moist, and then I can start applying my pinks, right? I usually start, actually, we'll go back very quick. Yeah, I bet this. I usually start with an orange border from the tooth to the pink. I will show this here in a second when we go to the hands-on. And then I can just start putting some gingiva colors on. And it's hard to give you a recipe for that because every gingiva looks different. Every client, every lab has a different kind of signature for that, right? You want to like trying to produce your own signature line for your gingiva style, basically, even for stain and glaze. So in Miami, you saw the video at the beginning where he had his teeth on and the light is dark, you still see the teeth. That's Miami, right? But we also try to make something more natural. So anyway, so there are many, many different pinks available in this kit, and you have to find out the ideal combination. I usually use something very red, go in between the papillas, and then something lighter pink underneath the teeth to show the root eminence. And then just move myself along. Then I fire it usually on a stain bake, and then I start using some more pink to cover everything to make it more homogeneous and more aesthetic. And then I start using, on the next slide, I guess, then the structure. That's a structure, basically. That is a structure. Put the structure on. We have different structure shades as well, darker pinks, lighter pinks, and clear, which is really nice. So I usually be very aggressive, and I go back with the reds and the darker pinks first, because that allows me then later on to use a lighter pink structure to soften all these transitions between the darker and the lighter pink or reds, basically. That really it gets me really easy to control. And the cool thing is the structure, I have to adjust it very, very, very thin. I go maybe with a 0.2, maximum 0.3 thick layer of structure. That's the max. Most likely less. I put it on and feather it down and morph it around, move it around the surface, basically, until I like the result. Yeah, and that's basically the final. That's what you see here. I have it on my desk, and later on it's on the glass cabinet in the front to look at. Teeth, right? No pink, same thing. So what I did here in the bridge, actually that's also in the glass cabinet in the front. You can check this out. Here, I like to just show the performance of the material. That's also the ZGT. And that's just glaze right now. I just put glaze on to show how high performance the color is, right? And you see the translucency, you see the chroma here. It's really beautiful. It's an A1, and that's more stain. I compare with an A1. There's a little bit more stain on, slightly more chromatic, but it's very true an A color. It's really close to the A. So that's, I tried different colors, even the A2, A3 shades, extremely close to the Vida shade guide, what we have there. You don't have to stain a lot to really to match that color on the shade guide. But then I tried to basically compare one side to the other and see how far can we stretch that. It's all monolithic. There's nothing layered, right? So I basically started putting some more stains on the right side, on the left side, on the patient's right, put some more stains on the incisal, and I kept the other side just naturally, right? How it's milled out, basically. Just to compare, I put some structure on here. That's like the structure on this picture where you see it just on the line angles a little bit, just to super rub them slightly to make them more prominent. And then I just fired it up, and that's the result, right? You can really, I mean, that looks like a layered crown to me, right? So it's really amazing, the performance of that material to look at and to play with that. It was a lot of fun. And then back to Sebastian, what we did on him, that was really cool. So we planned the case. He came to his doctor. His doctor's in Barbados. He lives in Trinidad. His dentist is in Barbados. He flew to his dentist, got scanned. We made the diagnostic wax up, and then he said, yeah, I want that. And then basically we were working from the scans we had. There was no other appointment necessary. We did non-prep veneers on him in lithium disilicate, and then used Ink 3D to make that as kind of natural as possible, basically, with him. And that was the planning. So we did a nice smile design planning here. And used Exocad to develop the veneers. We extruded basically the model out of the wax up that allowed to have really intimate fitting veneer patterns where we're able to press them. And then you see here, actually that's I want to show how intimate the fitting is when you do that technique. That's a mock-up technique in Exocad. I don't know if you know that, but you can basically save it as a mock-up and you can just pull out that model digitally and you have the veneers left. They're fitting very intimate. You can press them. For a non-prep case, it's amazing because it can go extremely thin into some areas, right? It's really nice, almost like contact lens veneers. And then we finished it, and that was the process. A little bit of AI, I have to admit, but not for the final result. We just kind of were able to stitch the images together to make it a nice fluent video. And he just called me literally before last week. He texted me last week, and he's super happy still. I mean, he loves his new look base. He came out a different guy. You've seen it before. It's pretty amazing how that went, basically. Okay, they want me to stop here. Damn, cool. So yeah, any questions? Okay.
Question is, can we use Argen Z GT with fast centering chart for single crowns 3-unit bridges? And how is it compared to Katana, the 90-minute firing chart?
Wow, that's a tense question. I think Jeff is better to answer that question because that goes more into scientific stuff. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, there it is. Okay, are we ready? The chat is ready. So all zirconias are different. So it will have different fast firing parameters. So I wouldn't suggest taking someone else's firing chart and fast firing this new material with it, but it will have the ability to do faster firings. They're all going to be different, and anybody fast firing anything with 5Y zirconia is going to have to do it differently because 5Y does not like fast firing. So it's not a simple yes or no answer. And so we'll come out with guidance for that. We don't have it yet. Yeah. Okay, the question was, in general, does fast firing reduce the translucency of zirconia? It depends on the zirconia. So, for example, it depends on how fast you go too. So, you know, you like, look, I create the materials, I work on the materials, and then my marketing guys were like, well, how fast can we say? How fast? You know, the other day a lab said we want to go 17 minutes. Sure, you can fire it in 17 minutes. What do you want it to look like? Right? So fast firing does affect the translucency. It can also affect the strength and how much chroma you see. However, some of the new zirconia, some of the new stuff that we're playing with, you can go fairly fast with very little compromise. And so we've got guidance so we can get there, but there always is a compromise. There's always a compromise. Fast firing does not improve translucency, yes.
Yeah. Any more questions?
What was the coloring system that you used, the stain system that you used on that last case?
That was the Ink 3D.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that by Argen?
That's by Argen. That's the new stain kit comes out. And I have to say, like, I will talk a little bit about when I'm starting staining here. I tried many of the different liquid ceramics, what they're called, basically, right? And it's not a sales call here right now, but it's really one of the best. Why I say that is, first of all, the firing cycles are just simplified, but also the color, what we have, the different colorations are just so brilliant. It's really nice. It's very simple to use, but also the results you can tell here, they're just really amazing, right? Really brilliant. What happens a lot with liquid ceramics, they have a certain opacity to it, right? And that's what I don't like. And that's why I usually don't use them. That's the first time I use something with enough translucency to it where you really actually can see through, but you have enough color to make it really look good, right? So that's like, it's a fine line and a fine balance how you can get to that. And when you go darker, you go layer by layer, say, hey, I need that A1 look maybe like an A2. You just go with another layer of stain over, but it's not opaque. It's just more chromatic. So that's really, really nice. So yeah, I love it. So it's the first time I really love it. Any more questions? Chat question?
Hello. Okay. There was a minimum thickness question on the chat, and the question was what, Donnie? Okay. What's the minimum thickness to mask out implants? Yeah, what's the thickness to mask out implants? So a little bit of a trick question because it all depends on what you do on your implants. So what do you do for a minimum thickness on zirconia?
It's a tricky question, but could be a simple answer. So every time when you have material thickness on zirconia less than 1 millimeter, it could start getting translucent. And then it comes down to what color's underneath. If it's a black sandblasted titanium and you're going down with your thickness to 0.5, you're going to see it. Doesn't matter what zirconia. Even if I use a 3Y zirconia, you're going to see it, right? It's translucent. That's just how it is. That's the material compensation. But as soon as I'm getting it to the 0.7, 0.8 millimeter thickness, the GT actually has started already having a really beauty cover-up of anything underneath, right? But with the 1 millimeter thickness, you're pretty safe usually with anything covering what's underneath.
And I would say too that, you know, there's really good cements that block out zirconia or block out the titanium. And
correct.
I don't care what thickness you're doing it with. If you use a good opacious colored cement that's neutral to the color that you're working with, you're going to get much better results.
I agree. And the live chat is pretty
Okay,
active.
so there's another question, and it's basically asking about sandblasting zirconia and does it reduce the strength of zirconia?
That's a good question.
So what I would say is you know, when you sandblast a 4Y zirconia, you do, no matter what, you're creating imperfections, and those imperfections can somewhat reduce the strength of any zirconia. We have a 5Y on top of this, right? And 5Y is even more susceptible. This is not you know, specific to a company. If company tells you that that's not the case, then they're not selling you zirconia, or they're just not telling the truth. So, however, our 4Y zirconia, when we say we've tested it at 1250 MPa, we've sandblasted our samples when we do that. So in those areas where there's lots of stress, you still have a decent amount of strength. You do see a strength drop when you sandblast zirconia, and it all depends on where you're doing it and what kind of stress. So zirconia in general is fairly strong in compression and weak in tension. So sandblasting the inside of your crowns can actually be worse than sandblasting the outside of your crowns. So not a simple answer, though.
How do you find the ink 3D on lithium disilicate? I've had issues with different products.
Yeah.
Just having inconsistent firing.
I mean, so you have to use a different firing chart, of course, right, for the lithium silicate. I use GCLEC press. That's my lithium silicate of choice, and I don't have any issues, actually. The results you see on Sebastian's case are stunning. So it really comes out absolutely beautiful. I did veneers. I did some lithium silicate crowns. I did some onlays, inlays, and I didn't have any cracking yet. So in the firing, right? The veneers to Sebastian, there were some, well, they were all non-prep. So some of these veneers were kind of contact lens veneers. They were 0.2 millimeters thick. They were really thin, and there were no problem in glazing them with the Ink 3D. I didn't use a lot of structure, I have to say. I just stained them basically and glazed them. But overall, knocking wood, there's nothing happening. I have very good results with the lithium silicate. Yeah.
For your antenna buttons, have you done a certain anodization or on them, like for
Yeah. So the question is for implant abutments with anodization, if that improves any aesthetics or result, basically. So it's a very good question, and I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there because we tried a lot of cases where we compared a titanium abutment or bar in titanium color, sandblasted, then we tried the same anodized. And to be very true, there is no difference in aesthetics. Metal is metal, and metal will always show, if it shows, when you get some moisture to it, like when you put the cement on and a primer and you put it in the zirconia, it will show when the zirconia shows it, right? So we're looking for materials that basically are able to cover that. That's like the ZGT was able to actually cover these show-through areas. We didn't see the graying. What's very important, what Jeff also said, is like you utilize these more opaque cements basically to cement these cases. It's definitely more kind of fruitful, more successful than utilizing anodizing. Anodizing looks beautiful on photos in social media. It's awesome. It's great to show a new technician, hey, we can make gold, look. Whoa, what's going on? So that's great. But for aesthetics, I don't see really a big benefit of that. Any more questions? Yes. Bonding. What's the bonding procedure is? Well, I mean, that depends on your technique, right? And what kind of bonding material you use. If you bond zirconia, the veneers, what we showed here, they were lithium silicate, right? So they're a different bonding technique than bonding zirconia. Bonding zirconia has a very specific technique to bond. Is it possible nowadays to bond zirconia? Yeah, 100%. We're doing a lot of Maryland bridges, for example. They're all bonded, right? One-wing bridges. It's perfect. But you have to really follow a very strict protocol. I would not be able to give you a number here, like how strong the bonding strength is. We must look into some university studies for that, basically, especially with the different bonding materials.
You would use this material for?
I would use that material 100% for Maryland bridge, yes, absolute. Because it's enough strong and has the same capabilities, basically.
Have you looked at the lithium silicate coating on the preparation side of zirconia?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Looked at the lithium silicate spray coatings that are on the interior side of the...
To make it higher opaque? The bond strength. So if you looked into lithium silicate kind of coating, right, to increase the bonding strength, I did not look into that, no, because I didn't see the need of that actually. We do so many veneers in our laboratory, and if we have debondings, it's always the same client. So that means, yes, we have debondings, but I don't think it's because of our material or whatever, or the bonding material, it's the protocol.
What is your highest successful bonding protocol that you feel is?
So in the lab, we're bonding zirconia to tie bases or titanium bars. We use GC Link Force. That's our bonding material of choice, what we use the most of the time. We used to use Ivoclar Multilink, which works very well as well. Panavia is very good, but we use GC material. To be honest, they're all good, and they all work. It all comes down to follow the protocol and the process. If you follow that, you will have success with that, basically. I can talk about this because I'm not a dentist. I don't do that, right?
I can give you guys, so one of the other speakers, Dr. Mike DeFee from the Mod Institute, he uses all our zirconia. He's like an expert with bonding zirconia, does a lot of bonding zirconia veneers, and we actually have some of those lectures on our website, and we've got some of his protocol. I don't remember him offhand because he's the clinician. I just give him the cool stuff to use. but we can get you those. Yeah.
It's argen.com/education if you want to see previously video.
Cool. All right, how much time do we have still?
Let's see some ink, man.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah. Perfect.
30 minutes.
50 minutes?
3-0.
Okay, let's do some action here. So what I want to show, and light is off, how do we turn this thing on? Here, perfect. Got it. So we basically, I prepared already slightly. That maybe needs a couple seconds to come back. Yes. Cool. So I prepared a little bit here, some stuff, just to give you a glimpse of how the material looks, basically. I put some stain and glaze and some of these structures. That's the red I was talking about. These, what you see here, are more like the dentin shades. We have some incisal shades. These are all what you see here, basically the stains, right? The stains are very pasty, which is really nice because they're easy to manipulate and put on the surface. And then we have here, that's the darker structure for gingiva. That's a lighter structure for gingiva, and that's the translucent structure for gingiva, and there we have the glaze. We don't have a furnace here, so all what I can do right now, I can basically play with colors, play with some of these stains, and show you how they appear in a zirconia. We have here a full arch milled. And so usually what I would start with, basically, I would use some glaze liquid and just brush it on. I'm not going to the full arch because we don't have the time for that. I brush basically just that glaze liquid on. We're using here, let's do canine to the central in this area here. I would then use, like you can use a makeup brush or something like this here, a ceramic kit, and feather this, basically just feather it down. What you do with this, a lot of people ask me, why would you do that, right? Well, if you don't do it, even if you sandblast the surface, you can have some peeling of the stains of the zirconia. That's one thing. But also, if you do that, I actually massage in that glaze liquid. Zirconia is a very dense material, but it still has fillers and porosities. That's just nature of any kind of material we're working with. And that helps actually to fill it, to make a nice homogeneous surface on that material, on the zirconia. And the next step would be, usually I would use the red, what I showed prior. And I would just start basically putting some color. Let's see here. Yeah, you're right in the center. And start basically spreading out the color. And I forgot something. I usually first, not start with the red, I first start with the orange. And that's a trick I learned over the time, that I actually use some orange stain and follow my tooth cervical area transitioning to the gingiva. And it looks very dramatic, but over time, working with this now, you will see it will be washed out more, and it will actually be really nice settled in these cervical sulcus area. What does help me is it separates the tooth structure from the gingival structure. And it gives a visual separation and allows me actually to really have a nice natural look. Of course, you have to also talk to your client, or you know your clients. Some of them is going to tell you, please don't do that. It's too yellow, right? So that's a matter of taste. Aesthetic, there is no right or wrong. Aesthetic is a matter of taste. When I do that more, then Danielle will tell me, why are you making it so yellow and so dark? We're in Florida. Everybody wants to have white teeth. That's true, but still, even if you do a bleach shade, I still would go in there and would maybe use a yellow, right? A very light yellow or a little vanilla or so, just to get basically a light separation between teeth and pink. That definitely helps visually to have a better look. So you see how it's more settled, and I can work this in. One thing, I don't know how, like, you into staining glaze and ceramic. I don't know your lab, I don't know you personally, but when you work in just staining glaze is not just patching a little bit of color on a tooth and glazing it, putting it in the oven. It's actually like ceramic. It's actually literally working with the material, working with the color, looking at it from different angles, turning it around, right? And then really like starting massaging that color into the right place and make sure it looks like as natural as possible. That's what you do when you start doing stain and glaze, especially with some high performance material like the Ink 3D, right? So now already it doesn't look that aggressive anymore, that orange, right? So it's actually more settled. And only this camera and the light will also pronounce colors a little bit more. So now I can go over and say, okay, let's put some pink or some reds in here. Need to put a little bit more red together. 1 second. Just mix the colors before we started here. Oops. Here we go. Yeah. Here. And usually I go from the papilla area first to pronounce this area. I can also try a different pink. We have all different kind of pinks. I can here, for example, go more with a purplish pink. This is a little bit thicker. The red was a little bit thin. I unfortunately mixed it with some glaze material. Let's use just this here. This is really nice. And I can really pronounce, let's put this away here. I can pronounce the gingiva. What I like here is we have that pasty consistency allows me to really move that into the right place without being too thick, but also not too thin. So now I can move this here. And I'm basically building or painting almost like little triangles. Make them wider in the more apical area and keep that root eminence actually pretty much untouched. So when you compare that, how we started, right? And now we already have a really nice pink cover up here, pink makeup. So now I can start putting something lighter pink, or I also like more like an orange pink, for example, or like a lighter pink around the root eminence, around the gingiva here, right underneath the tooth. I had a conversation with a friend of mine. He said, well, why are you doing all the different colors? Just put pink on this thing. But it's right. So again, it's your business. You have to know what your doctors are demanding for. Since I'm coming from a laboratory where we're doing basically all of our stuff is really a lot of porcelain layering, very aesthetic and very complex layerings, I can do that. I have to deliver still like the same aesthetic what I did before, and all these colors allow me to do that. Now you see already a different color scheme here, right? Try not to shake too much. So now I can turn it around. I can do this like for hours, right? And do another pink, another red, and so on. I just want to give you a glimpse now. And now I can start pronouncing the chroma maybe if I want to, because this was milled in an A1. Now I have here the A color, and I can put this on the body here. And here in this area, remember when I mentioned before, I feel this liquid ceramic is not as highly opaque, the stains, as we know it from other ceramics. And that's what I really enjoy, because I can really manipulate that so beautiful that it will look very, very aesthetic, right? So now we have a nice cervical chromatic area here. Sorry. So it's funny, that camera definitely pronounced the orange much more than I see here. So you have to later on maybe just come here and take a look at this. But now it's easy said, especially the live stream. Just come here and look at it. Now I can also use some blues, some gray blues. This is a very nice kind of grayish blue. What we have here for incisal, that was a little bit much. Take this off. You don't need a lot of like incisal blue or so on with this material, because you already have, you have already a lot of translucent aesthetic in this incisal edge on these cases. So you can just like pronounce certain areas. For example, what I like to do a lot, also not everybody likes, I just love it, is I use some white or vanilla. And I just highlight the mamelon slightly here. And then I just feather that out. Then I can give it a little bit of a halo effect. And one rule I always do, but I teach my ceramists, if you do a halo in staining glaze, you have to hug it. I call it hugging the halo. I use some white from the lingual on the incisal edge and basically paint that edge. It's not a lot visible, but like you have now, I don't know if you see that in the camera really, it gives like a halo. Usually is that gray bar. It's not really pretty, so you can hug this with some white or vanilla, and that just gives a nice framing for that incisal edge and that tooth, and helps to make it really look nice and natural. Also, what really is cool, since we have the structure now with the material, I could build in a nice graze line and actually later on go with structure over the graze line, and it looks like you really layered with porcelain a graze line into that whole tooth. It doesn't look painted, I love graze lines and I love to do that. So that's like if it just now say we do a white graze line here, like this. Let's see it here. And then we kind of massaging that in. So now you see that line here. If I would go over, sometimes what I can do too, I use some more chromatic color on the other side of the graze line to pronounce it. And when I go over with a structure, it looks like it's inside. is really three-dimensional. That's what it makes so nice, right? So now I would go with this all the way across. Time we have? What's the time? We're good? Perfect. So now if I go with structure over, I have basically this. It's going to look like a layered case, right? This is going to be absolutely beautiful. There's no need to do any other porcelain, actually. I am able to do some more characterization. I have a dark brown, for example. I can go in here just to exaggerate the separation of the teeth to give some more European flair to it. I don't want to say British. Not Miami, for sure not. But like we do have clients outside of Miami, and they definitely enjoy having some more characterful teeth, right? So that's really cool. I like also adding some white sometimes on the gingiva here, just in these areas, to exaggerate some aesthetics and some character on gingiva. Gingiva usually is not just monochromatic. And then, of course, in these kits are multiple more colors, right? I have a small array of colors here where you now can go with like dark purple around that apical or that vestibule area to exaggerate more blood flow and so on. So you can go really, really crazy with that and really have a beautiful final case. So I'm going to put this aside. Another real cool thing, I can put this to the side and these colors will stay there. They're not going to float away and now everything is mixed over. Of course, when I take this and shake it, yeah. But I carefully put it to the side and these colors will stay where they are, which is really nice. That's one of the advantages in that system, because there are other systems where everything would fly away basically and just molding around and drop off, and that doesn't happen with this one. Here, that's the one showcase you saw on the screen. Just seeing how I hold it ideally. Perfect. So that's the case you saw on the screen. You maybe remember the teeth. Why I took this, that's actually finished, but I want to show, by the way, these are new Smileline tools. They got introduced to you just now. That's a really cool spatula because it's, remember, I don't know if you know Smileline, the sort of Zirconia spatula will break sometimes. This is like a plastic. It can bend it, but it has a memory effect. It's awesome for this kind of techniques here, especially for little jars to take stuff out. It really works very well. So here I can use, for example, let's take the lighter pink structure. I just want to show you how it applies basically. I can now, if you would say this is stained basically, and I can put now the structure over here. Oops, perfect. Apply the structure, and I would use the structure liquid. There is a structure and a glaze liquid. I have to make sure I keep them separate. I cannot use structure liquid on the stains. I cannot use the glaze liquid on structures. That's the only thing you really have to keep separate, which is normal with all other systems. So now I can actually really move that structure to give a nice layer over the papilla. And you see I can feather it out, I can move it around. It's very sturdy to stay where I want to. I can make it more smooth, applying a little bit of the structure liquid, but I actually don't have to. All what I did, I wetted my brush a little bit because it was too dry to not basically start ripping it apart. The structure here is almost like when you do composite work and you put your composite syringe on the porcelain furnace to warm them up, right? Anybody does that? So when you warm them up, then they get really smooth and you squeeze it out of that syringe. That's how it feels, that structure feels. It's really cool. You had a question? Same temperature. That's the advantage of the material because you can put structure on and you can stain it afterwards again. That's why that's one of the biggest amazing advantages actually, right? That you literally can stain, structure, and stain again. and then glaze, right? That's the cool thing. So, hey, yo, thank you. I forgot about to talk about this. This is a very important thing. So all the stains are actually self-glazing. I theoretically don't have to use any glaze. And I did a couple cases where it's really worked out beautiful, where I just put glaze on, and then I'm a polisher guy. I love to polish my ceramic. I can actually give a nice shine after polishing after a little bit more to give some exaggerations here and there to kind of to make it more dominant maybe here, less dominant there, so that it really works beautiful because they're self-glazing. Even the structures, yeah, it comes up beautiful already with a nice shine to it. So this is now basically how the structure gets applied. That's very, very, very thin. It's maybe 0.2 millimeters thick. It's just a very thin skin of structure. And you see, sorry, it shows through what's underneath. It's just that's that light pink. And now what I usually then do, I'll use a brush, a more stiffer brush, and I can actually start stippling. And there are different techniques, right? You see now it almost looks like little pores in the gingiva. Some patients have that, right? It looks very natural. That's also the cool thing is I can put this to the side, and the stippling will be in an hour, still there as is, and I can just put it in the oven and fire it up, right? So the advantage here is just I have a material which does not float away over time, right? When you shake it, of course, any porcelain will kind of gets mixed up. But if you put it to the side, I can go back now to our first thing what we did. Everything looks the same. There's nothing changed, right? I'm working on the other one now, and I can go back and can look at the structure. The stippling is still there, the same way. Yeah, so nothing happened to it. There are liquid ceramics out there. I tried many where actually that doesn't work. Over time, it just starts looping around that structure and just gets that homogeneous surface, which doesn't look very natural. It doesn't look like ceramic anymore. It's very plumpy, right? So I have another bridge here, for example. Same thing. We can start between the bridge, start putting some liquid on there, some glaze liquid, brushing it off, just to show how the surface is supposed to look. Has some kind of velvety glaze to it, and that's perfect now to apply, actually starting to apply any kind of colors. I would use a dentin color here. The dentin colors are split up in the Vida shades, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Really? Come on, guys. Now, A, B, C, D. And so what means, let's say I have an A1 framework and I want to achieve an A3.5. It's not a problem at all. I can do that. I just have to do multiple layers, right? So now I just did one layer of A. I can now go again over it, and you already see it gets more chromatic. I can now go with another one, and it gets more chromatic. I can fire it, and I can go with another layer of A, and it will get more chromatic without getting cracks or bubbles, basically. I can really adjust the color to really very highly chromatic shades, right? I played around with a bare white framework, and I can make you an A4 stained and glazed crown out of that white framework, no problem at all, right? If you know OptiShade, I work with OptiShade a lot, and Matisse software. When you learn Matisse, you actually learn not to work with the pre-stained frameworks, because the courses are made just on plain white. Why? Because we're taking each another shade, so we don't know what we have to prepare. So we just take white frameworks and then stain them to the color we needed. And so with this color here, with that kit, it really works beautiful to get these shades, right? Now we have already 2 colors darker than the other side. And I can start now putting some incisal on here if I want to. I also learned over the years less is more. I'd rather go twice than putting too much and looks cheesy. One cool thing is we can do like an incisal. Apply the halo and then play with that to massage it into the whole coloration. Can apply some mamelons. Oops. That's not supposed in here. And then some incisal here again, right? And then I could actually apply, after I fire it, I could now go over the whole coloration with some structure. And the cool thing is here I can use just clear structure. That my favorite structure paste for all the teeth is clear. I don't like to manipulate color on tooth shades with structure paste because it's more tricky. So I like to have it stained to the ideal and perfect coloration and then just use clear structure. And the structure is clear. It's not milky, it's very, very clear. It's like glass. And that really gives like that three-dimensional look again, especially in teeth. It looks absolutely gorgeous. That's what I like on teeth. They do have some opalescence and some incisal structures. They're beautiful. So if you want to exaggerate something or use both, like you want to have a line angle with more like an opalescence, you can use that, no problem. You can do the rest clear, right? You can also mix these structures on one tooth using multiples. I used it for the pink a lot, for example. 4 minutes or 4 hours? 4 hours, perfect. I like 4 hours more. They're all fluorescents. So great question. You all asked me the questions I didn't answer. I didn't tell you about yet. Yes, all the stains of highly fluorescence. Actually, not all of them. All the tooth stains are highly fluorescent. All the pink stains are not. Right? So the pink stains are no fluorescence because it would be not great if you have a zirconia hybrid going to the club, you smile, and you have a flashlight in your mouth. Right? So we don't want to have that. So all the teeth are fluorescents, but not the pinks.
Just to add a little on the fluorescence, we're one of the only systems, maybe the only systems that now has dual fluorescence.
Yeah.
Right? So we're all under LEDs now, and fluorescents work great with actual fluorescent lighting. They're banning a lot of fluorescent lighting like in Europe, and so now that we're all under LEDs and new fluorescents, black lights are all LEDs, so this material actually will fluorescent.
So for the people that like spatula, I remember I had one time a ceramist in the lab, he liked to do ceramic with a spatula. Ah, you too? You like that? Not anymore. So the structure, you even can use a spatula actually, and you can actually apply it and can really play with it. And you see when I do that, oops, now I'm in the picture again, when I do that, how it stays. You see how thin you can go here? That's like a knife edge, right? It does not move, and I'm shaking like crazy right now. I'm so nervous here. But you see how that doesn't move, right? So you definitely can utilize a nice layering spatula or composite instruments to actually move around the structure. I'm not a big spatula guy, you can tell. I'm looking like a beginner here, so I'm going over to my brush. But you can use both, right? So now I'm just building up a little bit of incisal here and feathering it out again. It is super, super thin, but it's enough to make it look really nice layered. For doing micro layering? Yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, but so what I would utilize it, so what I did on anterior cases, I can make like a micro cutback. So you have it full contour, but it's just eliminating, just like you do a little bit of shrinkage of the whole restoration facially, right? No finish line, nothing. Just you shrink it a little bit. It's just enough to have that facial layer filled with structure. That's your micro layering. You should make a stain and glaze first, or stain bake first, and then you structure the whole facial, and it's going to be a gorgeous micro layered look. Actually, yeah, I do that. That's not a problem at all. Also, the structure is great to add a contact. It's low fusing, right? You have a finished case, now you need a contact, use some structure, and you add the contact to it, no problem, right? It works really well, right? Without any bubbling, and it's a quick bake. It's really easy to handle with that. I think we're time, right? Cool. So unfortunately, we don't have a furnace here. We can bake that, but I'm happy if you want to guys come here to check out what we just did to see it live in your hands. Please do so. Otherwise, I want to say thank you for joining me here for 1.5 hours. And thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Argen. It was my pleasure. And yeah, so I hope you guys checking this out and have fun with that new material. It's really cool. Thank you.
Alex, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I told you.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
What exactly is smart gradient technology? Stay tuned as we discover the answer together. Let us begin with a common multi-shade disc. I've seen them, You've seen them. Indeed, they are everywhere. But how are the layers arranged inside? Let us open one up and see for ourselves. Here we see where a future dental unit will be placed. But we still require those multiple layers. Let us add them now. There we go. That is quite professional. But wait, aren't those lines a bit harsh? Let us look closer. Oh dear, they are very harsh indeed. We simply cannot have that. But does this affect the final product? Behold, this is a photograph of a competitor's disc. Oh my, look right here and here. That is certainly not the Argen standard. There must be a better way. Wait, doesn't Argen have a superior plan? How can Argen possibly improve upon this? Let us observe what Argen does to these layers. Well, look at that. They have blended them to more closely mimic nature herself. Isn't that something? Now, when sintered, we achieve a marvelous natural blending of these layers. Fantastic. This structure exists within the tooth, not merely as a surface variation. The result? A natural-looking translucency, just like, well, nature. Argen ZGT is precisely what you require. It possesses marvelous strength and truly smart gradients. Let us take a final look at these layers to see what makes them so intelligent. Observe, Argen has placed the layers exactly where they are needed most. We find great translucency at the very tippy top of the teeth. Yet, just below, the material grows stronger where the connectors reside. At last, we can have everything we need. The versatility of ZGT. That is very helpful in keeping things strong indeed. But you may wonder, is this disc suitable for every indication? Let us investigate. First, let us look at a simple crown. The properties of Argen ZGT make it ideal for those aesthetic cases traditionally reserved for Argen ZSTML, 5Y Zirconia, or even lithium disilicate. Now, you can simply utilize Argen ZGT and be confident that your crowns will be simply beautiful. Now, what about those tricky bridges? Bridge cases benefit from aesthetic beauty and translucency in the incisal gradient without sacrificing strength in the connectors. Argen has you covered. And what of the full arch? These too benefit from that same beauty and translucency, while the transition zone is strategically placed to allow for even the largest of arches. So, for crowns, bridges, and full arches, Argen has precisely the disc for you. And tell me, why carry such a cumbersome variety of discs in different strengths and thicknesses? Simplify your laboratory and carry only Argen ZGT. It truly is the disc you've been looking for. Argen Z, better than your mother could make. That is, unless your mother works for Argen.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get into the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
What exactly is smart gradient technology? Stay tuned as we discover the answer together. Let us begin with a common multi-shade disc. I've seen them, you've seen them. Indeed, they are everywhere. But how are the layers arranged inside? Let us open one up and see for ourselves. Here we see where a future dental unit will be placed. But we still require those multiple layers. Let us add them now. There we go. That is quite professional. But wait, aren't those lines a bit harsh? Let us look closer. Oh dear, they are very harsh indeed. We simply cannot have that. But does this affect the final product? Behold, this is a photograph of a competitor's disc. Oh my, look right here, and here. That is certainly not the Argen standard. There must be a better way. Wait, doesn't Argen have a superior plan? How can Argen possibly improve upon this? Let us observe what Argen does to these layers. Well, look at that. They have blended them to more closely mimic nature herself. Isn't that something? Now, when sintered, we achieve a marvelous natural blending of these layers. Fantastic. This structure exists within the tooth, not merely as a surface variation. The result? A natural-looking translucency, just like, well, nature. Argen ZGT is precisely what you require. It possesses marvelous strength and truly smart gradients. Let us take a final look at these layers to see what makes them so intelligent. Observe, Argen has placed the layers exactly where they are needed most. We find great translucency at the very tippy top of the teeth. Yet, just below, the material grows stronger where the connectors reside. At last, we can have everything we need. The versatility of ZGT. That is very helpful in keeping things strong indeed. But you may wonder, is this disc suitable for every indication? Let us investigate. First, let us look at a simple crown. The properties of Argen ZGT make it ideal for those aesthetic cases traditionally reserved for Argen ZSTML, 5Y Zirconia, or even lithium disilicate. Now, you can simply utilize Argen ZGT and be confident that your crowns will be simply beautiful. Now, what about those tricky bridges? Bridge cases benefit from aesthetic beauty and translucency in the incisal gradient without sacrificing strength in the connectors. Argen has you covered. And what of the full arch? These too benefit from that same beauty and translucency, while the transition zone is strategically placed to allow for even the largest of arches. So, for crowns, bridges, and full arches, Argen has precisely the disc for you. And tell me, why carry such a cumbersome variety of discs in different strengths and thicknesses? Simplify your laboratory and carry only Argen ZGT. It truly is the disc you've been looking for. Argen Z, better than your mother could make. That is, unless your mother works for Argen.
the mill needs work. Staining, glazing, layer after layer to mask what the material can't deliver naturally. It's eating into your profitability on every single case. The root cause? Standard multi-material discs with fundamentally flawed internal architecture. Let's examine exactly what's forcing you to do all this extra work. Here we see a typical dental unit within standard material. Multiple layers stacked together. At first glance, it looks adequate. But look at this standard layering more closely. That transition? Flat. Lifeless. Nothing like what you see in natural dentition. Now here's the real problem with these transitions. They're sharp, abrupt, completely unnatural. These harsh demarcations are visible under a macro lens and even to the naked eye in certain lighting. That means hours of your time spent staining and glazing to create the depth and translucency the material should have provided from the start. When we examine a photograph of a leading competitor's disc, the issue becomes impossible to ignore. Those visible lines? That is why you're spending valuable time trying to compensate, time that could be spent completing more cases and increasing your revenue. There has to be a better way. Argen has engineered a fundamentally different approach to layering architecture, and it's protected by patent. By reimagining how layers are distributed through our proprietary gradient technology manufacturing process, we've created transitions that actually mimic natural dentition. After sintering, you get seamless, fluid blending of shades, eliminating the need for extensive staining to hide material deficiencies. This intelligent gradient exists throughout the entire internal structure, delivering the depth of translucency naturally, so you're not creating it manually on every case. Argen Z GT combines exceptional flexural strength with these intelligent gradients, a manufacturing innovation you won't find anywhere else. Look at how these multiple layers are strategically engineered through our patented process. High translucency concentrates at the incisal edge, exactly where you need it. Immediately below, the material transitions to higher strength where connectors demand it. But here's what increases your throughput. The transition happens naturally and smoothly. No more hours of staining to compensate for abrupt material changes. More cases completed. More revenue generated. This approach delivers what seemed impossible: superior structural integrity and natural aesthetics straight from the sintering furnace. Minimal finishing required. Can this technology handle every indication you face? Let's examine all three major categories. For single crowns, Argen Z GT delivers aesthetics that rival STML, 5Y Zirconia, and even lithium disilicate, with dramatically reduced finishing time. You can confidently accept those demanding anterior cases without losing production time. Bridge cases require a balance of aesthetics and structural durability. Argen Z GT maintains strength in the connector zone where it's needed, with a flexural strength of over 1,000 megapascals in the transitional incisal layer, delivering both durability and natural translucency. Full arch restorations benefit from strong connectors with a flexural strength of 1,250 megapascals in the main connector zone, ensuring reliability across even your largest spans while reducing finishing time and remakes. Whether you're producing single crowns, bridges, or full arches, Argen delivers one unified solution in a single disc. Stop managing extensive inventory of multiple discs with varying strengths and thicknesses. Streamline your laboratory workflow and dramatically increase efficiency by choosing Argen Z GT. Argen Z GT. Exceptional quality through superior engineering. It is the standard your laboratory deserves.
What it can output. So we can embrace all the innovation, but not to replace the hand of the technician. We're only here to elevate it.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Stegall, owner and founder of Here to Serve Dental, and I'm here representing Argen today. But obviously, it's clear I'm from the South, and somebody out there is listening to this and saying, I bet that guy can fix my tractor. And maybe I can, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk on behalf of Argen on partial dentures. I'm so excited. It's a brand new program for me, and I'm going to talk about all things partial dentures, all the newest technologies, all the new design tips and tricks, and all the different things like printed flexibles even. So I hope you come see me.
Good afternoon. My name's Donnie Bridges. I work with Argen. I'm the Director of Sales for the Eastern U.S. And today it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jimmy Stegall. This is a long time coming. It's one of those like when you call in the talk show radio and you say long time, first time. I've been a long time friend of Jimmy Stegall. This is Jimmy Stegall's first time to be on an Argen stage, believe it or not. You did not come here to listen to my Southern accent. You came here to listen to his Southern accent. But Jimmy's going to run us through the workflows today for SLM RPDs, making this whole thing digital instead of trying to be analog versus digital. Did I do that? Okay. Well, anyway. For those of you that are joining us online for the live stream, make sure that you registered on the Eventbrite to pre-register in order to get your CE credits. If any of you are in here and you have somebody that wasn't able to come to Chicago that you know, it's super easy to get to the live stream. You just go to YouTube and search Argen, and it'll show you right there what's live right now, okay? So super simple, but please help me welcome Jimmy Stegall.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, buddy. This way.
Donnie and I are old lab guys. Give you a South Carolina welcome. How y'all doing? Last one of the day. Almost happy hour, right? I was excited when they talked about this. We could talk about all things partials, so kind of state of the union for partials and show you where I am and where we've been and, you know, some of the best ways I think moving forward. So it's exciting. And my goal today is not to bore you. Love it. Don't be bored. All right, let's get right to it. Let's talk about software. Why do we want to design our partials? Well, think about what we're cutting out, right? No refractory, no duplication. Design it once and you have it. So I can do it again pretty easily. So consistency, accuracy, the tools in the software just give us everything we need to help understand the undercuts perfectly, you know, scalability. I can, it's easy to train people on digital. I've always said with the denture side, if I'm going to teach somebody how to set teeth analog, open the right drawer, here's how you set them, it'll take me a couple of years to get them productive. But with digital, I can teach somebody how to design a denture if they got any 3Shape or exocad skills at all, how to design a denture in a couple of weeks, and they'll be productive in a couple of months. So I love the tools for that aspect. I use both 3Shape and exocad, and even use still InLab a little bit for some things, but 3Shape, everybody knows all the tools they give us now, and there's a lot of AI and automation, and we're going to talk about the future at the end, but there's so many things in there that help us. I've been using 3Shape to design metal frames for a long time. This is a really old video of how we were designing the frames. Now, we waxed a lot. We did about 30, 35 frames a day, and we waxed a lot of them for a lot of years, but one day a technician showed up at the door and said, I'm a trained technician looking for a job, which never happens, right? And so you think you're hired right away. And I said, well, what skills do you have? She said, well, last place I was designing partials. I said, can you start now? Right? And so we gave her a 3Shape computer, and she was designing 12 to 20 a day by herself. And so we quit waxing a lot of them, and she would do this, and then we would move on towards printing them in wax. But the flexibles, I use 3Shape and exocad. I'll show you both. This is me designing a flexible in the partial denture module of 3Shape, and on the bottom in the denture module of 3Shape. So you have both tools, and you can choose which one you like the best. And it's just a choice. I'm not going to say which one is better, because I like the partial module because I can do the copy tooth thing, but I don't like the partial module for all the work I have to do on the gingiva. So I like the denture module because the gingival tools are a lot easier, and I'm faster on the gingival and the overall thing. I get the acrylic or the flexible partial designed in the denture module a whole lot faster than I do in the partial module. So I typically use the denture module. So 3Shape is known, it's established, it's standard. It's my go-to for dentures, but partials I can go either way, because with exocad, right, they came out with this thing a year or so ago, and this, I saw it visually as a game changer, and I've done it a few times, and it's called Quick Snap, and their partial CAD module. And what you're doing is you're designing the whole thing in one go. You're designing the metal frame, you're designing the teeth, you're designing the saddles, all in one go. So when you get to the end of this case, you have everything you need to snap them together, and you're done. And so you literally can make a cast metal partial with saddles and teeth all in one go, and really not have a model unless you want to. And so it's very cool, but I've learned now after doing several, you got to have room for it, because this piece of saddle underneath the mesh, and then the piece of saddle above the mesh, and then the teeth. So you got to have the vertical space to get it done, but I'll show you what this looks like. I did this post last year on social media and had over 10,000 views in 3 days. So somebody thinks this is a cool idea, and it is. And I love it because it's in one workflow. And when you're done, you've got STLs for the frames that you can send off to Argen to get the frame SLM'd. And I just print the pieces, confirm that they fit, and then loot them all together around the frame when Argen gets me the frame. And I just think, this is like a puzzle. This is pretty cool. So there's lots of moving pieces, and when you get ready to bond, you got to get them all lined up, all cleaned up, so we're ready to go now. And so I'm using the same resin that I used to bond the teeth in with, and just getting the bottom one on the saddle, putting the top one on, and it's really like a little Lego block. You'll feel the fit, and then I go ahead and put the teeth in as well, and just do it all in one go. This is the Rodent Denture Base 2 and the Titan for teeth. Just wiping off my excess, get the other one side, all settled in, put the glaze on it, the Rodent N2F glaze. I know everybody's heard me talk about that. Right? I painted on teeth, I painted on saddles, I painted on denture gingiva. The Rodent Denture Base 2 is my Mike's Red Hot. I do. Put that shit on everything. This is exocad's clasp. What I love about this is it's a one-click wonder, right? You say, here's where I want to clasp, and click, and boom, it throws a clasp. In 3Shape, you have to draw it. So a little bit more maybe consistently productive with that when I'm doing class. But all in all, the tools are the same. And here's exocad doing a flexible partial. and we've gotten pretty settled. The only work I do now is when my dentist says, can you help me with this? But he and his son, they have exocad and 3Shape in the mini lab, and I go in there and print stuff to sample or test and show them all the cool things. But they like the exocad to do this, so I've started using it more. But I'm doing the exact same thing that I would do in 3Shape, right? But in exocad, you get your teeth set first, and then you draw your border. And we're going to talk about some of these guidelines for how we draw, where we draw it, how thick we make it, and all that. But I like the exocad because of these colors, so I know what's thick and what's thin. And I do have some really specific parameters on a flexible partial to have a more predictable outcome. If you get out of sync with the numbers, thickness, clasp size, connector size, all that, then you have problems with your flexibles. But that works well, and I have the tools to help me understand all that. Single click clasps, custom presets that make it easy when you're going through the workflow. And you know, the wax dimensions, those colors you see around the edge that tell me how thick or thin it is. That's very helpful. So that's the overview of the software. You can use either. They work, and they're great, and I can go with either one of them, right, for partials, no problem. So where are we with metal? All right, so again, we were doing about 30 a day, and for the longest time in my career, we were waxing, investing, and burning out. And if I never, ever sit in front of a metal lathe in my life again, I'm okay, right? I burnt my fingers and stuck class in my fingers more than any I'd ever want to do, and I couldn't wait to stop doing that. But you can't diss it, right? When you look at the workflow, as antiquated as it looks now, that's not too old, right? And there's still a lot of people doing it this way. You wax it, and you invest it, and you cast it, and what are the pros? Right, it works. We've been doing it forever, and we know the outcomes, and so it's okay. The problem is, if you're doing, you know, a certain number of these a day with the people you have, and all of a sudden I come up and said, man, have I got a gift for you? I've got a group practice, 10 dentists, and you're going to start getting 5 to 10 more frames a week from these guys. What are you going to do? Right? Have you got people to do that? Right? Can you go find people to do that? So scalability using our old school methods is tough. It's tough. That's why I tell people, I'm never casting another partial again, ever. I'll design it, but I'm sending it to these guys. Right? I send them the file. They will SLM print it. They will print me a model. They'll polish it. They'll seat it on that model and have it back to me in 4 days. Why would I want to do anything else? Yeah, let's go cast something, yeah, so we can finish it. Yeah, no. So that's old school, but it works. Now, at one point, we were still doing old school, right? But we took advantage of the new tech, so we designed them. But this was my first printer, and all we printed out of it was wax stuff, because this was a period where we weren't doing zirconia, we were doing PFMs. And so we printed all our copings in this thing, we printed all our cast frames in this thing, and we would cast that big glob, and then we'd go to finish them like traditional. So that took the refractory and the duplication and all that out of the picture and made that workflow easier, got a little bit more consistent, and I was okay with that. And now we've advanced to a whole different ball game with SLM that just changes the game for me. So I'm a huge fan of additive manufacturing. Right? When it comes to alloy, you have a machine that will layer this powder out and laser center it as it goes, and boom, you have a great frame. And the trickiest part to this whole process is after it's done, is getting those sprues off, all right? And some of these providers will do this and send it to you with the sprues on it, and you can cut it off. If you want to be that technician at the metal lathe, ask them to do that. Me? When they told me that they would print the model and seat the partial on the model, and guys, I hadn't said it yet, but it's around $100, less than $100. Printed frame, they seat it, they polish it, send it to me on the model. I don't have to worry about seating it even, and we're ready to go. So it is a no-brainer, and it's unbelievable. There's lots of advantages to SLM. And this is Argen's place, and they do that chrome cobalt thing for us, and this is what SLM looks like. So there is a vat of the powder, and there's a laser dancing a layer, and then this roller thing spreads a new layer, smooths it out, and the laser dances again, and this thing is slowly building it up, micron layer by micron layer. Super, super accurate process. SLM is the most accurate way to create something in alloy. And it is what alloy you're putting in. So yeah, I think it absolutely is better. If you look at some of the SEMs, the crystalline structure is more organized in SLM. It's not as random, so it's more dense. The mechanical properties are absolutely better. It's a stronger mesh of metal particles, so we'll have less class breakage. It's going to be a little kinder to teeth because we can make them a little thinner when we SLM them. It's going to be kinder. We're not going to adjust them as much. And one of the things, my favorite things, is that you can actually tell the difference in weight, you know, because of the condensed powder as it's using the laser. So the accuracy's there, and we don't have to worry about shrinkage from the investment and all that stuff. So I think it is absolutely better, and why cast again? And there's plenty of studies to confirm what I just said. You can go out there and find it and just say, hey, go to Google Scholar and research comparison of cast partial frameworks versus selective laser melding, and you'll find several studies that proves everything, that gives me the confidence. So chrome cobalt, most common, familiar, it's what we've been using forever, right? And SLM, no problem, and that's what Argen does. Titanium, they told me last night that they can do it. They're not doing it yet, but they can do it, so they're thinking about it. You know, there's a lot of advantages to titanium. It's even lighter than chrome cobalt. The clasps don't deform as quickly, so maybe we have a longer term before we see any adjustments needed. It's even lighter than chrome cobalt, but I don't care. Give me either one of them. It's better than casting. So, and Argen again does it, and there are others out there, but you know, 4 days on the model, polished, ready for me to put something on it. And if I'm doing ExoCAD Quick Snap, I've already got the saddles and teeth ready, waiting on the frame, right? And I'm just opening a box and gluing them together, going to the operatory with it. So ask them about this. I think it's a fantastic way to not have to worry about the casting room, the duplication, the wax, the refractory, all that anymore. And you can take the people that are doing that and go put them designing dentures or designing the frames in computers, or you know, something like a big implant case. Somebody asked me, is anybody milling partial frames? And there's a few, but reductive technology means, you know, you're starting with something and you're cutting it down to something else, right? What's everything in between those 2 points? It's waste, right? And so it's dust. Maybe I can reclaim it, not with acrylic and stuff, but with metal, maybe. Depends on the alloy. With gold you can, but it doesn't make sense to me because it's slower, it's more expensive, and the machine, the technology is more expensive, but you know, small batch, if you have a machine that's capable of doing it, if you can find a blank that's in chrome cobalt, yes, it's doable, but I don't think it's as accurate. SLM is a lot more accurate, so you'll have more adjustments, I believe, but I don't see many people doing this milling of partial frames. So that's current with metal, right? How many of you are doing cast partials? All right. Are you still casting them? You love it? No, I did. Oh, God, you remember you had to get the refractory liquid in the summer, not in the winter, or something like that. And yeah, when something went wrong, oh, there's something wrong with the refractory, so you had to go, it's shrinking too much or expanding too much. You got to go figure all that out. And one time we thought we'd get real cool, and we bought this machine that polishes them, the tumbling thing, and it lasted 2 months. We named it, we called it Killer, because something broke loose and threw something all the way across the lab. It scared us to death, right? They said they need to work on this a little bit because it spun really fast. But that's a better technology. All right. What's next? Acrylic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what is this? Anybody do this week? Yeah, this is OG 101 right here. Yo, you need a flipper real quick? Yeah, give me a model, give me some salt and pepper, I gotcha. All right, throw in that pressure pot. Yeah, we know we can do this. You can do this, but you know, look, watch this. I ain't doing that ever again. Look, let me put the mask on. Acrylic, stone, yeah, nah. It's doable, but not fun. So acrylic partials, we called them flippers in South Carolina. When I started training folks in California,
they didn't know what I was talking about. Flipper, what are you talking about? A dolphin or what? Porpoise? What? No. And then they said stay plate. I said, what the heck's a stay plate, right? So now I know a stay plate and a flipper are the same thing. So 1 tooth, 2 teeth. And so when we started printing these high-strength denture materials, like loose-stone digital print or pack dent rodent denture base 2, those things, we said, hey, if that stuff is 2 times stronger than the acrylic I've been using in a salt and pepper technique, or even processed, why would I not want my acrylic partials to be like that? So a lot of labs are doing that. I do that. So design the flipper, class 1, 2, 3, or 4 layout, and it's lingualized proximal retention, right? We put the points up in the papilla areas on the lingual side, and that's what holds it in. And that's a typical flipper. But it's acrylic, it's rigid. It's not flexible. This is a hard material. So there are times, though, right, that, okay, if I do this digital, I'm designing a computer, I'm going to print it, and maybe then I print the teeth and bond the teeth, or mill the teeth and put the teeth in, or sometimes with a single tooth, I'll just print the whole thing out of tooth colored. If it's just a single tooth with no gingiva, who cares that the part the tongue touches is tooth colored, right? They're just going to wear it until the implant heals or for whatever reason. So make it easier on yourself and just print the monolithic flipper and say, hey, this is what you're going to wear for a while. And, you know, the tooth looks good. Who cares? But there are other times when we want it pink and white, so we'll use those materials. But then, you know, so digital's the way we go, right? We design it in the software. You know, we just draw the borders. You know, we pick our teeth, position everything, you know, and print it. Always use those horizontal bars when you're printing this stuff. It will distort, and I'll leave it on during the whole process. But again, class 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's not a hard thing to do. What if we need more retention on these things, right? You saw the guy with the dust all over his face. That one actually, he had some wrought wires. So here's what I do. I will still design it the same way, but before I design it, right, I bend the wire. Got to have a model for this. So you bend the wire, put it on the model, sticky wax, super glue, something just to hold it in place, and then you put that in the scanner. So now I've scanned my model with the wire on it, and now I go about making the partial to overlay that. I'm going to block out that wire a little bit because I want room for the bonding resin, whatever I'm going to use to put that thing in. But I'm going to draw my borders, go up into the proximals like I always do. If I feel like the patient will tolerate it, I'll even lingual plate that a little bit. That just gives it a little bit more stability. You see the wire under there. Get the tooth in the right position, size and shape. I'll always do the 2D cross-section to make sure that I got enough room for a bonding agent or resin, whatever I'm doing. So that's a cross-section of my wire under the red line, which is the underside of the partial. You know, and I'll thicken up over that just to make sure it's got enough support. And then we'll print it. And so that's how it prints. And then all it's left to do is after it's printed, I'll go back to the model. Right, so there's my model, and I'll just now put that printed piece on that with some of the tooth bonding material. And I'll cure that, and then I'll take it off the model and put it back in the curing unit for a final cure. So that's my technique for a printed acrylic partial if I need more retention. Bend the wire, scan the model with the wire, design the acrylic partial over the wire with a little block out, and then pick up those clasps on the model. Works every time. Piece of cake. One day, the software will be smart enough to say, oh, I see a wire, I'll take care of you, right? But right now, we're not there. So what are we doing to make these things? Well, when I'm making an acrylic partial today, I'm pretty much using an Asiga printer and rodent denture base or loose stone digital print. It's fast, it's predictable, strong enough, and again, I told you I print some of them separately, and so, you know, my dentist was nice enough to let me share in the mini lab in the back of their office, and we have 3 Asiga printers, and you know that's what we use. They're convenient. They're, you know, if I got to do a lot, we print it on the big printer. If we're just doing 1 or 2 cases, we'll print it on the 2 max units. But I can print the base and the teeth at the same time using that technology. So that's what I do. What about milled acrylic partials? It's doable, right? If you have a mill, there are pre-processed acrylic pucks. You know, Lucitone 199 in a puck. Design your flipper, put it in there and mill it. Again, that's reductive technology. You got to buy that puck to make that partial. And so everything between the partial and the outer edge of the puck going to be milled away is money out of your pocket. So I don't like reductive technology for removable because of the cost and the time it takes to mill these things. So 3D printing is the way to go. Or get out the salt and pepper in the pressure pot, and those are your options. And it's pretty clear which one I'm going to pick. If it's up to me, I'll never stand in front of a boil-out tank again, in front of a pumice bench again, right? Or a press pack press again, ever. All right, everybody wants to know about flexibles. This is the first time I've done this program, so I haven't figured out the timing yet. Maybe close, but starting to feel like we're going to finish early. Anybody upset about that? So, flexibles, you know, let's go through where we've been. Why do we do flexibles? I remember the first time I saw a flexible, I said, that'll never work. Made one for my mom a month later. She wore it for 13 years. Yeah, they surprised us, right? The materials are pretty good regardless of what it is. And we tried several brands and settled on what we thought was good. But we like it for all those reasons. You know, most of the cases that we do today, the state of the art is either mill them or inject them. And again, we have multiple choices of materials to do that with, but I think toward the end of this era, we were milling most of them, but we did still have an injection unit that we did some. But it is labor intensive, right? Somebody's got to wax it if we're injecting them, or somebody's got to design it, which is, I think, better, which is why we started milling them. So polymers. I think this is probably the most common, the most predictable, the one that everybody else measures against. Duraflex. It's the one I was using the most, you know, towards the end of this era. So it's not a nylon base, so it should be repairable. They're not easy to repair. They're not easy to polish and all that, but it's okay. So there's a Duraflex and the pressing unit, and you know, it's a good product, and it's still sold today, and a lot of labs use Duraflex. Not a problem. But they have it in a puck too. And I think I would just design it and mill it out of a puck. To me, that's a more feasible workflow. Now, a lot of folks will use, you know, one of the thermoplastics, like acetyl. That's a very common one. And you have a little bit more options, right? You can make the frame like a metal frame and then put some sort of saddles on it. It's designed for milling primarily. Tooth-colored clasp, pucks, a little bit better than nylon. TCS, still see a lot of TCS being used. Not a bad product. It is a thermoplastic nylon. You know, it's got some advantages to it. Huh? Hard to polish, right, and hard to repair. Valplast is kind of the best known name, and that is the one product that I love to hate, right? It gave us flexible. That was my mom's partial, was a Valplast. But man, it was harder to polish, and it couldn't fix it. And then they came out with the printed version, and that was a disaster. They still have it, and if you can do it, God bless you. God bless you. So I don't think I'd ever want to do Valplast again, but it's, you know, they've got some proven history behind it. So we've got options for the materials, but we're moving into an entirely new level now, and that is 3D printed flexibles. Right? I always said when I was with Dentsupply, you know, I was there for 7 years, and most of the time was with digital dentures. And one day, the R&D team, the leader, the Blasi that, you know, was the head of that show, said, "Hey, come in. I want to chat with you with the team." And the question was, where are we going? What do we need to be working on? And it was easy. I said, Blasi, the first one that gets a printed flexible resin on the market that works wins, period. That should be top of your list. And he said, okay. And they actually developed one. Right? I've been going there for 3 years, and it's still not on the market. I asked him this weekend, when are you going to get that on the market? Because I've seen it. We did, they called them, what do they call them? Prime lab events, where they invited some labs in to take a peek at some of the things they were doing, and they actually put the printed thing in their hand. And they were doing this. It was great. Everybody was, this is good. When can I have it, right? And weeks, months. Okay, and here we are 2 years later. And I think it got moved off the priority list to do something else. I don't know. But now it's too late now. Now there are 2 or 3 or 4 other players in the game, and, you know, there's good options. So, you know, we look at flexible partials where we've been, and there certainly are pain points. You know, labor. We've got to have people that can do it. Equipment, repairability, you know, all that stuff that bother us about flexibles. Well, the printed, you know, solves that somewhat. I think it's the only way I'll do them from now on. And I was lucky enough that, you know, I'd left Dent Supply, and DTAX reached out to me first and said, hey, we've got a denture base. Would you mind printing it? Tell us what you think. Yes. And then a couple months later, they said, we've got our flexible now. And they were the first ones. Carbon was working on theirs, but it wasn't even out yet. And I said, I'd love to. So I printed it for about, you know, 6 months. And then along about that time, PacDent came out with theirs and said, would you try it? And I said, absolutely. So I printed it for also about 6 months. And now they're all available. And Carbon's is available. And I'm going to show you all 3. Because to me, those are the 3 at the top of the list. And you just have to make up your mind where it fits with you. If you have a Carbon printer, you ought to look at the 3D RPD. Or FP3D, not 3D RPD. That's the SLM guy out of Canada. Carbon is FP3D. Acronyms. My 7 years at Dent Supply, worst company in the world to create acronyms. I had to ask somebody all the time, what's that mean? What's that mean? Those 3 letters, what's that mean? RBMs. Anybody know what an RBM is? Regional Business Manager. I had to ask that question 20 times. What are we talking about? So this is the workflow regardless of what I'm using. We're going to design the flexible partial. We're going to put it in our CAM software and orient it and nest it and support it. We're going to print it. We're going to clean it. We're going to smooth all those supports after we snap them off. We're going to leave those horizontal bars in the whole time. We're not going to cut those off until after it's cured. Dry fit the teeth and make sure they fit in the pockets well. Then we're going to seat the teeth with some bonding stuff and tack them down so they don't move. Then we're going to put it in the curing unit and cure it. I polish all the flexibles. The flexible is the one situation in my world that I don't get to use my Mike's Red Hot. Why? Because I don't want to put something on it that's going to make it more stiff. And the glaze would do that because it soaks in, right? And now it's not as flexible. So I polish all those, and the good news is they're not that hard to polish. So ExoCAD, 3Shape, we've already showed you the design. So here was the first round I had to try to figure out how to nest them. And if you see, I've nested them all different ways. Heel down, sideways, more flat, at an angle. And I've settled on, and what works for almost all of them is about 35 to 45 degrees with the bottom or the intaglio side of the partial facing the platform, and I put the supports all around the borders of the saddles, the flange. I try not to get any contact on the buckle side of the denture or within a clasp, or certainly not within a pocket. If I'm printing the teeth, I'm going and see I'm trying different things here because people kept telling me they like to orient them occlusal side of the platform, and I just can't make it work, guys. I screw up the occlusion every time. So I orient all my printed teeth basal side to the platform, and I tilt posteriors 30 degrees to the lingual, and I tilt anterior teeth or segments about 40, 45 degrees to the lingual. So basal to the platform, tilt to the lingual, 30 to 45 degrees depending on, and I let the SIGA figure out the supports. So we print them, right? And this is the PacDent, and it prints pretty quickly. I printed some in 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes. Longest I've ever had a flexible partial was an hour and a half. So the resin, whatever the chemistry is, it prints pretty quick. All right, so now it's time to take those designs, print them, right? And so it's, you can see this is a research bottle. It was in the denture-based bottle, and I said, I better put a piece of tape on this because I had some of the denture-based bottle. So I put a piece of tape and said, flexible R&D. So I'm just smoothing the supports now. It's been printed but not cured. Checking the fit of the teeth. And with the Rodin material, use the same stuff that I printed the denture out of, or the partial out of, the flexible resin, to bond the teeth in with. So that's handy. I just put it in that little syringe to make it a little cleaner. Wipe off the excess and tack it down with the light. Yes, sir. Do I prep the tooth? No. And if you noticed in the Asiga Composer, when I showed the frames, you saw that some of them had posts in it. In the beginning, I was nervous. So I said, I'm going to get a little bit more retention, a little more surface area. So I put the post inside the pocket. Yeah, I was making valve blast. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about, do I do diatorics in this thing? And I don't. No, and you know, everybody knows that I'm a redneck, and I've done dozens of these, and I'll say, okay, how good's a tooth to base bond? And so what's my test? I hold the partial, I get a pair of pliers, and I try to get the tooth out. And I can't, just like the dentures. I break them, I break the teeth, I never get a tooth out. So the bond, using the same stuff as the base, and the chemistry of the tooth, this is tightened teeth mainly, the chemical, you know, inherent link is really good. So that's the way we make them. I really like the pack dent, other than the name. Pick up the bottle, it says BioArch resin. It doesn't say flexible anywhere. There's a picture of a flexible partial on the label, so that's the giveaway, but I don't know. I think they didn't want people to think that their flexible resin was weak, and they thought if they put the word flexible on it, that we would think it's weak. Don't ask me, guys. People that don't make teeth, that name stuff for us to make teeth on, they need to ask us first, right? That's just, I remember being in several meetings with Dent Supply, and I'm surprised I didn't get fired a bunch. Well, Jimmy, you're the lab guy. What do you think? I think that's the dumbest idea I've heard all month. Why would you do that? Lab guys aren't going to understand that, not going to like that, and they do it anyway. So let's go back to the design a little bit and talk about my guidelines. And I can tell you that whether you're milling them out of a puck or whether you're printing them, and even if you're waxing them to inject them, there are certain guidelines you need to keep in mind when you're designing these things. If you want to not guarantee success, but really jack up the chance of success. If you don't follow these guidelines, your chance of failure goes way up. And I'm going to tell you what my guidelines are, and I'm going to give you a good tool to take home too. So the thing that I have to remind myself constantly that you're not designing a cast metal partial. Stop thinking like cast metal and design it like an acrylic partial, or more importantly, a flexible partial, which means several things that we're going to talk about. Number one, undercuts. With a flexible partial, you want to engage somewhere between a 0.5 millimeter and 3/4 millimeter undercut. One of the most common failures I see in flexible partials is engaging that class tip into a 1 millimeter undercut. It only takes that 1/4 millimeter. If it's a millimeter, 1.25 millimeter undercut, you're likely going to have a failure in that class. It's either going to get loose over time or it's going to break. So 0.5 to 3/4 millimeter is your limit. You want to, I say master the 3 class types. So you can design this any way you want, but I'm going to be honest with you. The wraparound clasp, 95% of my designs. 95%, because it works, it's easier to design, but there are some cases where I have to use that spur. I call that a little nubby clasp. I'll show you a picture of it. The split clasp, I hardly ever do, but I notice Wally Renee does it all the time. But good bless them, I don't like the split clasp because to me it looks like a problem area. So wrap around most all of my cases. If you're doing a lower flexible partial, you have to do lingual plating. You can't do a bar. If you do a bar, it's going to break, I'm telling you. So do lingual plating on everyone. I lingual plate uppers when I can too. And then I'm going to give you these 5 numbers I want you to always have printed out or remember that when you check your finals. So figure out your undercut, your survey lines, however. If you want to put the model on a surveyor, mark it. If you want to look at the tools in the software, but find your undercut. We're going to engage the last half of the tooth. So if I'm wrapping around a tooth and I want to gauge that 3/4 millimeter, I get past that midpoint, and that's the only thing that's retentive, is the last third of my clasp. So I'm only engaging a few millimeters on either the mesial or the distal, whichever way I'm going, into that undercut. And so it's just a class tip that's doing the work. But there's some other things that we have to make sure. So the first thing I do is I use the tools to help me, where is the undercut, and I will typically let the machine block everything out, and I go back and I just cut all the block out off where I'm going to put a clasp. I want to be right to the tooth. So the wraparound clasp, right, that's the one on the left around the cuspid. The spur clasp is on the molar, right? The wraparound clasp, this says 75%. I swear it's 95%. That's about all I would do. There's some cases like anterior lowers, you're going to have to use a spur clasp. But this wraparound, this is my most common appliance now. And again, I've done about 30, 31 that are actually in patients' mouths for about almost 7 months now. And they're all out of pack dent, and they're great. I haven't had any issues yet. Now, it's 7 months, so don't get too bold, Jimmy, but right now I'm pretty happy with it. But I want you to start looking at things like how much height I have between where that clasp starts and the gingival border, right? So where the connector starts with the clasp. At that point, there's a certain height that you've got to keep an eye on, and that's 5 millimeters. If you get less than 5 millimeters where your main connector connects to your clasp, you're going to have problems. The clasp needs to be about 1 millimeter thick. You'd like to have the tip of the clasp about 2 millimeters wide. You don't want it to be real pointy. And believe me, in the beginning, I made them as skinny and pointy as I could. I want to see how lightweight and small I could make them. Broke a lot of partials, for sure. So, wraparound clasp. Critical, 1 millimeter thick throughout, 5 millimeters at the junction. The junction, I mean where the connector and the clasp meet. 2 millimeter tip height, and this is one that we often forget. We extend that clasp area 2 to 3 millimeters below or above the gingival margin onto the tissue. It's not necessarily engaged in an undercut. I may have to block that out a little bit, but I need the reinforcement of that height down there. If you try to keep it just on the gum line, you're going to have problems. You're going to have fractures. So these are the rules, right? I'm engaging 0.5 millimeter, 3/4 millimeter undercut. It's 1 millimeter thick throughout, 5 millimeter height there. I got a 3 millimeter overlap to the tissue, and my tip width is 2 millimeters. Those are the rules for the wraparound clasp. Pretty easy, but you want to check all of those every time you design one. I'll design one, think I got it, go back and use the measuring tools, and I've missed something. So, major connectors. This is really a patient preference. I mean, most of mine are horseshoe style, but sometimes we need a more, like this one's only on one side, right? So I'm going to use that palatal strap to give it more stability. I'm going to go up on the lingual of those opposing teeth to give me some, plating to help stabilize that. Or we could do the AP strap, but in most cases I'm doing the lingual plating on the maxillaries and the mandibulars. All right, so those were I'm doing a class tomorrow for 3-shape where I get into this a little deeper, but that's the overall look. Tomorrow in the 3-shape class, I'm going to get into the numbers here because there's a couple of things you want to keep in mind when you're doing your major connectors. You heard me say 1 millimeter throughout, but on the lingual side, I'm 1.5 millimeters in most places. In the canine area, I'm thickening it up. Thickening it up? It's a redneck word for thickening it up. I don't know. Making it thicker in the canine area to about 2 millimeters. Why am I doing that? Because that's where it breaks every time. So I make it thicker at the canines on the lingual. And it's not like 1.5 millimeters and boom 2, so it's not stepped. You want to taper it out. And you want those lingual plating, the height of your lingual plating to be 8 to 10 millimeters tall. I'm not going to go in all that detail, but I'm going to give you a QR code at the end for a booklet I did on all these numbers. But these are the 5 numbers to remember, right? This is what you want to check every time you design one. Using the measurement tools, using the zoom and rotation, you want to look at all these areas really close if you want to have more of a predictable result after it prints. All right, we need to finish and go next door, right? So here are the common mistakes I've run into. Fractures at the stress point, why? I had it too thin at the canines. So that's a weak spot, so I'm going to thicken that up there. No lingual plating, breaks every time. A lot of torque on that. Fort Monts. I don't have that 5 millimeter height between the connector and the clasp, I'm going to have failure. So those are the 5 or 4 most common. So again, here's my summary, right? It's the same thing I showed you in the beginning. Not like metal. Make sure you engage your right undercut. understand the clasp, lingual plating, don't forget it, and memorize those 5 numbers. So this is the booklet I wrote. I had to think of a funny name. Stop breaking flexible partials. I was talking to myself. Stop breaking flexible partials. How do you stop breaking them? What are the top 10 mistakes that I've survived or learned the hard way? So I put them all in this booklet. So I'm telling you in this booklet what the top 10 mistakes I made, but I also gave you the solution for every mistake. So take this book, read it, print out the page that summarizes it, and every time you design one, go through that checklist. Everybody got it? I'll show you again at the end. So here's one of the cases we did. Oh, we can do fine. Guy had a cast metal partial, hated the fish hook, didn't like the taste, was ready for a change. This seemed ideal. And you see, I print 2. I always print 2 of everything I do. This just, why not? Copy, paste. I've already done the hard work. No reason not to print 2. I've got a little bit of material, maybe some cementing time, but hey, guy loved it. He's had that one in 6 months, so far so good. So this is the one that I'm using mostly. They've got 3 shades, and I think they've added a clear now. FDA registered, it is a class 2, so it is a permanent flexible, so it's got good numbers, good mechanical strength, very simple workflow. Use what I already had, didn't have to have anything new to make it. Carbon, this is unique. Carbon believes, and they're smart people, that you can't make a flexible resin that's strong as you want it to be without mixing 2 components, A and B, base and catalyst. And they take that from what they've already done in other industries, like the bicycle seats and the football helmet things and the shoes, and they took that same smart and put it over here in the partial. They tried a single phase and they just weren't getting the numbers they want, so they made a 2-phase. That means you have a cartridge that you have to mix in a tip about this long, right, and squirt it right into the printer. I think I got a video, pictures. So you print them, and when I looked at them and I said, God, that's an ugly color. Right? It's kind of an orangey, very translucent, but it, other than the gun, mixing it into the thing, and the anomaly about that gun and the mix, once it's mixed, you've got 8 hours. Or it sets up. So you got to get it done. So you got to plan. You got to strategize. When am I going to print this thing in the carbon? And what most labs are telling me, they just plan, I'm going to print these on Thursday. Right? Thursday's my flexible partial carbon day. And makes sense, because then you got to clean it out of the tray. But she put a very minimal amount. It's pretty impressive to watch. You can go into my social media, and I've got a post I did of my 2 days at Drake Dental Lab watching this process. One of the weirdest things about it is that once they're printed and cleaned, she reached under, she pulled out an aluminum, a metal casserole dish, a pan. Looked like we're going to make lasagna. About that deep, and it's full of salt. Table salt. And nothing unique about the salt. She says, no, we buy it in 10-pound bags. You bury these things in the salt and then cover it with more salt. It has to be fully wrapped with salt. And then that pan goes into an oven for 10 or 12 hours at about 170 degrees, I think. So, day one was designing and nesting and printing and cleaning and putting them in the salt. And then put them in the oven, and then I went home and had to come back the next morning when she got them out of the oven. And when you get them out of the oven, right, you wash off the salt, and then you go put the teeth in it, like we always do with everything else, and then you cure it like we do with everything else. So now we got another hour of cure time, and then you take it out and you pumice and polish it. And it is a convoluted workflow. I mean, it's fascinating, but it's going to take labs. You got to wrap your head around it, right? The end result is a great partial. I think might be the best. We'll see. Time will tell. But the clear bothers some people. I think the tissue shows through, but I have seen it where around the margin of the tooth, it looks like it's got periodontal disease. You see the red edge. So they showed me today they have an opaque version that's coming out within a week or so. So that's going to solve all of that aesthetic look. But I think it's cool. But I remember I was there for the first day, and I watched a big gun. I mean, it's this big. It looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger coming at me, right? And she squirted it in there, and, you know, technology and salt, and this is really weird. And I went home thinking about it, and I saw a movie a couple years ago that Matt Damon was in called The Martian. He got trapped on Mars. And in a scene where he, oh my God, what am I going to do? And what did he say? I'm going to science the shit out of this. And that's what I thought when I watched all this, because there's some smart people that came up with all this. So DTAX was the first one I tested. Again, single component, port in a printer, print it. It is not as flexible as the Pack Dent, so it's a little bit more hard, but that means it polishes easier. So I love the polishability of the DTAX, and it is slightly flexible, but the design guidelines are the same regardless of which of these I would do. And they absolutely have a clear and a pink transparent and a pink. So, and it's very cost efficient. So those are the flexibles. How do we decide? Well, there's my checklist, right? If we want the best looking one, it's got to be a printed flexible. If I need it fast, I'm gonna, any printed stuff. Duraflex if I want to repair it. Metal alloy, so on and so forth, right? But there are times when I say SLM partial's the way to go, right? You just can't do everything with the flexible that you want to do. So if you email me afterwards and you want this to, I'm not going to go into all these. I hate reading slides and, you know, but there are indications in my PowerPoint of when to use it, when not to use it, and all you got to do is email me and I'll send you the PowerPoint, and you can go through this and PDF it all you want. What's mine is yours. I remember early on that, you know, speakers would say, no, I did a lot of work on that presentation. You can't have it. I'm 68. What am I going to do when you get my presentation and use it? I don't. So why go digital? Well, there are advantages, right? Workflow, labor cost. It's incredible time savings when we're doing all this stuff digitally. Consistency, quality. We can do it in a day, all those things. You know, and it's just where are we going? There's been courses about AI, but these are some of the things that I see coming in the future based on, you know, my relationships with manufacturers, so I can peek behind some curtains and or things I read, and, you know, we're just a short time away from all this stuff. It's pretty soon. You're going to scan in the mouth and send a file off, and some machine's going to design the frame, you're going to approve it, and boom, that's going to print it. Robot's going to grab it and clean it, and you're ready to go. And that just means we can do more, guys. It doesn't mean it's replacing us at all. So I think we'll see better resins, of course, that are stronger, last longer. I think we'll see resins that we can print that'll be both rigid and soft at the same time. You're starting to see some of that already. And, you know, bioactive materials, what is that? I read this was a fascinating article, that there's stuff in the resin we're printing that makes people healthier. Kills bugs, you know. SLM, we're going to get better alloys, I think, and we'll get even thinner and lighter, and we may get them in a day turnaround. So we'll see faster printers. We'll see automation out the wang. It's going to be great, and it's super. I think you'll see machines that both mill and print, because sometimes it's better to do one over the other. And, you know, with our docks, we'll be able to, it'll be seamless. With the digital thing in the cloud, we'll be able to, you know, get things done quickly. And so, yeah, I did go right to the end, didn't I? So there's a recap for today. You're good with either software. If you took away one of mine, I'd be okay, right? I don't have to have both, but I like both because one does something different than the other. SLM frames is a way to go. Never cast again. Printing flexibles is my only way I'm going to do it from now on. I think it's great. So there are times when I'll go metal because flexible, regardless of how you make it, is going to not be the answer. So, end of the day, this goes back a while. I think she's probably 60 now or 70. I don't know. Jillian was a internet and TV cook, right? So I'm a big foodie. If you've watched me, you know I cook in the backyard all the time. So I watch all the cooking shows. And Jillian, not my cup of tea, right? I'm not into, you know, detox or vegetarian or, you know, exercise or, you know. But this was Jillian at 51, and this was her lifestyle. I was a big fan of Nigella Lawson. In this picture, Nigella is 51 years old. All right? And Nigella, you watch her TV show, butter, red meat, fried foods. I'm just saying, guys. Yeah. My daughter's vegetarian. God bless her, love her. I cook for her. It's great. I'm okay if you're okay with it, but give me the butter. I'm okay. All right, so there's a QR code for the booklet. If you didn't get it, the bottom QR code is my contact info. My job is to help make you better. So come in your practice, come in the laboratory, train your people. I got virtual stuff. I got a YouTube channel. You can find a lot of my stuff there, webinars that will help you. But call me, email me anytime. I'm not that busy. Everybody says you're gone all the time. No, I'm in the backyard recording stupid videos, cooking ribs, and talking about teeth. That's it. That's my life right now, and then coming and doing these lectures. So having a blast, and I love, love, love the technology. I am a nerd when it comes to technology, and I never want to do analog again if I can help it. So great. Okay, any questions? Good deal. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging out.
Lab owners, have you wanted to compete with a scanner program, but the upfront costs and risks kept stopping you? Here's the move. Give your clients a top-of-the-line Ori 3.0 intraoral scanning system without buying any inventory. Ori offers lab owners $0 down monthly pricing and a fully turnkey scanner program. Ori ships the systems direct, trains the team, and handles support. They'll even help you promote your program so you can attract new customers and generate more revenue. Book your demo today.
What exactly is smart gradient technology. Stay tuned as we discover the answer together. Let us begin with a common multi-shade disc. I've seen them, you've seen them. Indeed, they are everywhere. But how are the layers arranged inside? Let us open one up and see for ourselves. Here we see where a future dental unit will be placed. But we still require those multiple layers. Let us add them now. There we go. That is quite professional. But wait, aren't those lines a bit harsh? Let us look closer. Oh dear, they are very harsh indeed. We simply cannot have that. But does this affect the final product? Behold, this is a photograph of a competitor's disc. Oh my, look right here and here. That is certainly not the Argen standard. There must be a better way. Wait, doesn't Argen have a superior plan? How can Argen possibly improve upon this? Let us observe what Argen does to these layers. Well, look at that. They have blended them to more closely mimic nature herself. Isn't that something? Now, when sintered, we achieve a marvelous natural blending of these layers. Fantastic. This structure exists within the tooth, not merely as a surface variation. The result? A natural-looking translucency, just like, well, nature. Argen ZGT is precisely what you require. It possesses marvelous strength and truly smart gradients. Let us take a final look at these layers to see what makes them so intelligent. Observe, Argen has placed the layers exactly where they are needed most. We find great translucency at the very tippy top of the teeth. Yet, just below, the material grows stronger where the connectors reside. At last, we can have everything we need. The versatility of ZGT. That is very helpful in keeping things strong indeed. But you may wonder, is this disc suitable for every indication? Let us investigate. First, let us look at a simple crown. The properties of Argen ZGT make it ideal for those aesthetic cases traditionally reserved for Argen ZSTML, 5Y Zirconia, or even lithium disilicate. Now, you can simply utilize Argen ZGT and be confident that your crowns will be simply beautiful. Now, what about those tricky bridges? Bridge cases benefit from aesthetic beauty and translucency in the incisal gradient without sacrificing strength in the connectors. Argen has you covered. And what of the full arch? These too benefit from that same beauty and translucency, while the transition zone is strategically placed to allow for even the largest of arches. So, for crowns, bridges, and full arches, Argen has precisely the disc for you. And tell me, why carry such a cumbersome variety of discs in different strengths and thicknesses? Simplify your laboratory and carry only Argen ZGT. It truly is the disc you've been looking for. Argen Z, better than your mother could make. That is, unless your mother works for Argen.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to see you in Chicago, and I want to talk today about the new Argen Z GT. Give you a little sneak peek of the product that's coming out right now, currently in beta. The Argen Z GT marries the best of both worlds with a 4Y and a 5Y zirconia. So the Argen Z GT has 1250 megapascals in the gingival area, 1250 megapascals in the middle where your bridge connectors are, and over 1000 MPa in the transition layers as we get in the incisal. The incisal is 850 megapascals, giving you a 50% translucency in the areas where you need it. So you get the strength where you need it and the aesthetics where you need it. With the Argen Z GT, we have a patented smart gradient technology, which gives you micro mamelon effects in each layer, which reflects light more like natural teeth.